Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's rapidly changing business environment, maintaining data integrity is crucial. Organizations require robust solutions to manage and govern their master data effectively. Today, we are diving into the fundamentals of SAP Master Data Governance, version 9.2. Companies that effectively manage their master data can experience up to 20% increase in operational efficiency. On the flip side, those grappling with poor data quality can face losses of up to 12% of their revenue annually. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP MDG 9.2. From its features and benefits to implementation best practices, consider this your comprehensive guide to mastering SAP's data governance solution. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. SAP MDG Basics, Overview and Architecture. 2. SAP Master Data Governance. 3. Data Model. 4. User Interface Modeling. 5. Data Quality and Search. Let's dive in.
Yeah, let's start the session, today's topic. So, yeah, so this is a SAP MDG training. So that is like a master data governance. Okay, so now what is the master data in general, right? Whether you use it SAP or Oracle or some other any ERP applications. So what is a master data? So the data which will be created and used for longer durations, which can be reused in multiple places. So that usually in general, we call it as a master data. Okay, so master data. So example for the master data, like materials, right? So materials, we create materials and we will be using these materials for longer duration. You can right? So, and you can, let's say, for example, customers and vendors or suppliers, okay? Or else we have something called company code, ZL account in finance space, cost center, profit center, cost element, okay? So likewise in SAP or in general in ERP, so we actually consider these as a master data. Okay, because we create the materials and we will be using these materials in multiple sales orders, multiple like purchase orders or goods movements or any invoices, all these customers vendors. So we use this master data and the lifespan of your master data will be in general, it will be for longer durations, and this master data doesn't go any changes regularly. So very occasionally or it will go for a changes. So because I create a customer today and the customer has some address XYZ, and then after that, we cannot change the address of the customer regularly, right? So once the customer address is there, maybe after an year or after 2 years or sometime, the address might get changed, or their bank data might got changed, something like that. But it's not like a regular activity, like they keep on changing the address or anything. So such kind of data, we usually identify it as a master data. So we also have something called transaction data. Transaction data. So transaction data are like the lifespan of this transaction data usually shorter. Like you create a sales order, right? So once you create a sales order, what happens? Basically, once the goods are delivered and invoice is completed, so then the sales order, then what happens? So the sales order will be completed. The status will be set to completed or closed, something like that. Similarly, purchase orders. Similarly, whatever your invoices, once the payments are done, your invoices will be closed. Okay, so these kind of things we usually call it as a transactional data. Okay, so we call this as a transactional data. So now using MDG, right? So what we do is basically we govern the master data, which means before MDG. So if there is no MDG, So how, in SAP, how we create a master data. So this is your SAP system, and in this particular SAP system, let's say for example, user will log into that SAP system. He will enter the transaction code like MM01 to create a materials, or else XK01, or else XD01 to create customers or vendors, right? So they use these respective transaction codes to create a master data, and they will enter all the data like the materials or customer, the details, bank data, or else whatever the properties of that particular master data, and they will basically hit the save button. They'll save the data. So once they save the data, what happens is in the backend you have something called the database, and this data gets it into that particular database tables. Okay, and after this, once you create the data using this particular transactions in SAP, so this data can be used for your transactional activities, which means you can create the sales orders, you can create purchase orders and everything. Now, this is fine. How do we ensure that, okay, the data that I'm creating in this particular system, the materials or customers or vendors, so the data is accurate, and it has been actually reviewed or probably validated by some other experts, right? So in in SAP, before MDG, we don't have any solution where whatever the data that you are entering, right, before the data gets created actually in the system, and that will be used for the transactional purposes. Before that, there is no way that if someone can review the data and validate the data, and you configure all the rules and everything, okay, whatever the data that I'm creating, it has to pass all these 10 rules, right? So that has to pass all the 10 rules, and that on top of that one, it has to be reviewed by someone, and all those kind of processes are not there. So this entire process, we call it as a governance process. So, okay. So with MDG, with introduction of MDG, what SAP has done is, so they added this governance flavor for your master data creation. Okay. So they added a governance flavor to master data creation, which means how it differs with MDG is, like in MDG, assume that a typical workflow like a requester will be there. Okay, so this we usually we call like whoever wants to create the master data, so a requester will be there. Now requester will log into the system, and he will enter the details, and once he submit that request, so we configure the workflows in the typical workflow. It will go to maybe some approver. Okay, so this particular approver can actually review the data entered by the requester. And this particular approver, if required, he can further enrich the master data. He can correct the data, or he can further enrich the data, right? And after that, he can submit that request. So this can maybe a typical workflow. You can again have one more level, the final level, maybe we can call him as a steward. Steward is the ultimate authority in who owns the master data. So he is the whole and sole responsible for your master data creation. It's a role. You may, in your business scenarios, you may have it, or you may not have this role. Okay, but you will be having another eye who can review the data, and finally he approves that request. Then only this data gets created in your SAP system, and this data can be used for your transactional purposes. That means if you compare your previous before MDG, so what happens? Only one user is there. He will log into SAP system. He can use that respective transaction code to create the master data. He'll hit the save button. Then the data gets stored into the your database table, and this can be used for your transactional activities. Now so here only one single person is there, and whatever he is entering, whether that is a correct or that is a wrong, so there is no way that someone can actually review. Maybe this data can be reviewed later by some different people, but by that time the record is already available in your system, and you need to again take care of deleting that particular record if that is not a valid record, right? So whereas in MDG, so we are adding this kind of governance flavor, which means it's not single person. There will be group of people. Group of people means requester, approver, steward. Okay, so likewise group of people are there, and before creating the data or before using this particular data for a transactional activity, it will be entered, reviewed by all these people. And along with this one, these are the manual reviews, okay, the people will do. Systematically in the backend also, I can configure multiple checks, multiple validations, multiple derivations, okay. So all this sort of things that I can configure. So that means, in short, what happens is, whatever that master data that I'm creating, that will go through this entire path, and finally, once the record gets created in this particular the actual system, then this I will consider it as my golden record, which means I can use it for my all the transactional activities. If you don't have this kind of review process, or if there is no way that how you can govern your master data, what happens? Let's say, for example, you already created a customer, HP customer in your system. It's already available. Now, because if you don't have a proper way how you can whether this customer already exists or not, then again, if you get a request from the same HP, you might end up creating another customer for the same HP. That means for the same HP company, now you have more than one record in the system, right? So when you have more than one record in the system, right? So there might be high chances both the records will go out of sync. It will be leading to your maintenance issues as well. One customer, HP customer number will have one address, another HP customer number will have another address, or maybe the bank data. So with this one, it will create a lot of inconsistency in your organization. And it will be like, if at all you wanted to generate some reports out of your system, right? How many customers I have, how many sales they have done. So just to know how many sales each customer has done, then you need to have a right customer numbers in your system. If you don't have that one, your output or your result might not be correct. If your result is not correct, the decisions that you take based on this particular data might be, maybe it's inaccurate. It may not be accurate one. Okay, so it will result into a lot of issues if your master data is not up to mark. So that's the reason these days many of the organizations, they focused earlier, there is not much this kind of visibility on the master data. So most of the time it will be always on the transactional data. Whenever they see some issue, they immediately go and change the master data, and they take it they update the master data, and that will have some other implications on other transactional activities, right? So now these days all the organizations, they have actually put more focus on master data, governing the master data. So that's where actually you see even in SAP as well, many of the organizations, they started implementing MDG as a solution for having this governance process for their master data. Now let's look at in MDG, right? So what are the topics like, in MDG? So MDG is a one solution this was actually built or developed by SAP. Okay, so MDG is a solution there are other master data governance solutions are also there. Like earlier you have MDM. MDM is a non-SAP product. Then what SAP has done is SAP acquired that MDM. They acquired that one, and after that they look at the MDM features, because MDM is one of the oldest solution for master data, and they looked at all that MDM features and everything. What they have done is they come up with a SAP version of MDM. That means MDG is a SAP version of your MDM. Both MDM and MDG are meant for master data governance only, but what SAP has done is they come up with MDG. Okay, the advantage that you get with MDG is, because if you look at your MDG system, MDG, right? So this is your SAP system. Assume that this is your SAP system. Okay, so now what SAP has done is it's a kind of add-on. Your MDG is available as a kind of add-on solution, right? So there is some add-on component which you need to install. Basically, Basis will install that add-on component. That add-on component you need to install in any SAP ERP system. Okay, so once you install this MDG add-on, you have this MDG layer on your SAP system. So it's a one single system where you have your SAP ERP layer, and on top of that one, you also have a MDG related features. So now the advantage that you get over MDM is because this MDG is built on top of your SAP, it can easily access all your SAP ERP functionalities. Okay. So for example, in SAP, you create countries, like, right? So country or else currency keys, or you can create a unit of measures, or you can create purchasing organizations, sales organizations, whatever the config data that you create in SAP. So this config data also will be used by your MDG. So you no need to from reference master data, we call it as. So all the whatever however the way you create your materials using MM01 earlier, now, when you create a material using MDG UI application also, the checks, the behavior remains same. The configurations also remain same. So from ERP perspective, your configurations remain same. Okay. On top of that one, you need to do little bit of MDG specific configurations to enable your material master functionality via MDG solution. Okay. So now, if you look at broadly in MDG, so what are the different topics that we have? So you can see here in the first chapter, we will be discussing the MDG basics. Okay. What are the features of MDG? And then we can discuss about the overview, the master data overview, and also the architecture of your MDG system. Okay. So we will be discussing the basics of your MDG. After that, we will be discussing about the deployment options, how I can actually enable MDG in any SAP system, right? So how I can actually enable SAP system for my MDG solution. So that we will be discussing about those options as well. Some of them are actually the basis related activities, but still it's worthwhile learning about those concepts as well. Okay. From here onwards, your MDG actual chapter topics starts. Okay. And all these are this will cover complete your MDG overview. Okay. On top of this one, MDG is these days what happened is SAP initially introduced MDG. Okay. So after that, they also introduced something called master data consolidation. This is again an add-on component, and this is the latest. I think it was introduced last 4 to 5 years onwards, but it was evolved over a period, and now you have a matured product of your MDC as well. Okay, so and after that there is something called DQM, data quality management. Okay, so these three this covers your mostly 80% of your master data governance, and this is like maybe I would say 10%, and it should be something like 5% kind of thing. Okay, so these are the latest additions from SAP on MDG, latest innovations. But in this course, we will be learning the main is MDG. On top of MDG, after that, we will be discussing about the consolidation processes. And then we can also get into discuss about the data quality management topics as well. Okay, so that is our complete course content for MDG. And once if you are clear with all these topics, and if you go through all these chapters, so one is you can actually get into any MDG project and you can start working on MDG projects. At the same time, this course was designed in such a way that it also covers your, if at all you plan to do a certification in MDG also, these are the topics. Even in your certification also, we have these are the only topics, right? So that way it will be beneficial for whoever wants to write a certification, as well as for their project. They can also start working on any MDG projects. This process modeling and in the data quality topic, we will be covering your BRF plus. And then we also cover change request concepts. So baddies will be there everywhere. In every topic, you have the baddies. And in the data replication framework, we'll be discussing about not only IDOC, we will be discussing the SOA service and other SOA services and other replication techniques as well. Okay, so those are the topics, like subtopics inside your. These are the main topics. Whatever this process modeling, and these are the main topics. So those those are like comes under in between as a subtopics in each of these chapters. So let's look at the features of MDG. So it covers at very high level what are the features that SAP MDG offers. Okay. So now if you look at the definition of your MDG, MDG is a kind of state-of-art master data solution. It provides out-of-box domain-specific master data governance, right? So out-of-box domain-specific master data governance means, so MDG as a solution, basically you can use it like once you activate MDG, so you can use this MDG solution for your material masters, business partners, plus customers, then vendors or suppliers. Okay, so these are the master data. Then in finance space, we have something like a GL account, cost center, profit center, okay, cost element. Okay, so I likewise we have some 7 to 8 objects in finance space. Okay, and after that there is something called the article master, which is like, I mean, if you install IS Retail as an add-on component, so you can create articles and everything. The T code for article creation is MM41 in ECC. But MDG also offers a master data governance solution for your article master. Similarly, you also have EAM. EAM means Enterprise Asset Management. Okay, so this comes under your SAP PM module, SAP PM Plant Maintenance module. Under Plant Maintenance module, we have the objects like equipment, functional location, bombs, bill of materials. Okay, so likewise the task list. Okay, and object links. So there are different objects are there. Okay, so all these like, I mean, whatever the commonly used master data that most of the customers they want it, so SAP already delivered, they already delivered as an out-of-box solution for your MDG, which means if you are working on material master, all you need to do is you need to basis will be activating your MDG component. On top of that one, you need to do little bit of material master related MDG configurations. You can start using that for your master material creation. So there is no, I mean, there will be, depends on your business needs, you might need to do some customization. Okay, but there is no need to do any development from scratch in MDG. So it's an out-of-box solution. You can plug in and start using material creation process from MDG. Similarly for BP, customer, vendor, finance objects, and other objects as well. Okay, so these are, that's why it says that out-of-box domain specific master data governance. Okay, so SAP MDG already provided it. Okay, and after that you can use this for creation of your master data. And at the same time, there is something called, as I said, the second component, consolidation. So consolidation is where when you are getting the master data from multiple source systems, your MDG can receive the data, it can consolidate and it can create in your MDG system. It can keep a copy of the master data in MDG system. Okay, so this is the at very high level the definition of your MDG system. So as we discussed, so MDG offers, the purpose of MDG itself is a governance. Governance means when you are creating a master data or when you are creating a master data, it will go through different workflows. You can perform systematic rules or derivations, or you can configure the duplicate check to see when I'm creating a master data, is there any duplicate record exist or not? Or it can also comes up with out-of-box search applications where you can search the master data based on different parameters. So likewise, there are multiple features are there which the MDG offers. So that all those features comes under your governance umbrella. Okay, consistency. The next feature is consistency. Consistency means, as I said, there are multiple master data are there, right? You no need to learn each and every master data in MDG. Okay, of course, the functional side of those master data probably that is required, but from MDG point of view, if you know how to configure right, the same way you can configure BP or other objects as well. So that's where it's a consistent approach. It's not like I have to learn each object separately. If you know one object, the other objects also, it's the same set of configuration from MDG point of view. That you will notice that when we are actually discussing and in our subsequent topics. And consolidation, I just discussed, where you have multiple source systems and MDG can like receive the data. It is like you have your MDG system. Okay, so MDG in MDG system, users can create the master data, and this data can be distributed to multiple target systems. So it can be my target SAP system, or it can be my non-SAP system. Okay, this way you will distribute the data. At the same time, you can also get the data from multiple source systems. Okay, MDG can receive the data from multiple source systems, and this data can be created in consolidated, and it can be created in MDG. So if you look at overall, right, your MDG is a centralized master data governance system. All the master data will be created in one place, and whatever the data, let's say this target system requires only material master, you can replicate only This T2 target system requires only BP, you can replicate only BP. And this T3 target system requires only customers, so you can replicate customers, right? So you can replicate what as per your target system needs, but all the master data, whether your or BP or customer or fine, whatever, right? So everything will be available in one single system. Okay, so that is one. And integration. So as I shown here, so it can integrate with SAP and non-SAP systems for your to receive the data or to replicate the data. Okay, so that integration is also it's a very flexible integration. Okay, now the next feature is flexibility. Flexibility in the sense, as I said earlier, so you see there are already out-of-box objects are there, BP, finance, and then article master and EM objects, right? But now, other than these objects, there are some other objects are also, we consider it as a master data. Let's say, for example, plant, or else employee master, okay, or else maybe some company code or WBS element. So for some organizations, they consider this as a master data, but you don't have as an out-of-box solution for these objects. But MDG also offers that how this kind of out-of-box solutions are implemented on yourself. You can actually implement this. You can enable the governance for the other non-out-of-box or this kind of objects as well. Okay, so that is what it's a flexibility. So it's a flexible where you can govern your own master data. You can build, you can develop, right? And data quality is, I said, so data quality is where you can incorporate multiple validations, multiple checks, derivations using BRF applications, using baddies. So everything can be, you can do it in MDG. That comes under your data quality topic. So ultimately, when you are creating your master data, whatever the things that it checks or whatever the type of things that you wanted to apply, everything is possible in MDG. It can be your workflows, it can be for your auditing purpose, you wanted to generate the reports, or it can be integrating with other systems to replicate the data, or it can be receiving the data from multiple source systems. So everything, all that more, it covers everything from your master data point of view. So implementation means basically, see, the thing is that if at all you wanted to use MDG, your organization decides the customer wants to implement MDG for their master data creation. So the thing is that implementation means, so from SAP side, first up, the basis has to install MDG component in a SAP system. Once they install, you need to do some basic configuration in the system, okay, to start your to use your MDG for master data creation, right? And also business comes up with their own business specific requirements. It's just like any other SAP implementation. Like in SD also, you have the out of box flavor. On top of that one, business will come up with their own solution requirements. So you need to configure, customize that solution to incorporate their requirements, right? So that is what we call it as an implementation. Yeah, after once you've done this course, right? After that, definitely you can actually get into any MDG projects and start working. So see, 70 to 80% you can, it gives you the complete knowledge, right? And 20% definitely in any project, you need some implementation experience. So you will be joining as a kind of a fresher or something. After a couple of months, you will start working on your own. During this entire course, I will be explaining not only these kind of concepts. In addition to that, what could be the requirements from different customers, how we address those things. So all the real-time scenarios we'll be discussing, so that you will easily connect to the topic and okay, these kind of scenarios you get, you can use this feature. You need to configure this like this. So that will help you to configure to correlate your real-time scenarios as well. I will give you during at every end of the topic. We will be doing a system hands-on only. Sessions will be like a theoretical. I need to explain the concept. After that, everything we will be doing in the system, in the hands-on, right? So parallelly towards end of the session, I can give you some exercise, and you can start practicing that during your time. In MDG, right? So 70% functional and 30% technical, right? So in any MDG project, you will be having functional role as well as technical role. So technical one, I will be covering it, but the thing is covering in the sense the prerequisite for that one is an ABAP, right? So that's why. So what happens is this is a scenario to handle this kind of requirements. This is the baddie, and this is the place. That's it. After that, I can implement that baddie and write the logic and show it to you. But you may or may not understand. If you should know that ABAP object-oriented programming, right? So for functionals, they don't need that one. They just need, okay, these kind of scenarios can be configured using functional. These scenarios can be configured, can be achieved using some baddie implementation. Happens is in any MDG programs, right? This kind of training program, you will have people from functional as well as technical. So wherever technical stuff is there, I will highlight that, and only I can explain that. Only the technical can follow, but for the functional, they can skip over that one. Either you should have a functional knowledge or technical knowledge, right? If you have both, that's well and good. But let's say you are working on FICO, SAP FICO, right? So now, earlier you might be aware of how to create the master data using in SAP for the FICO without MDG. But what we will be discussing here, we'll be discussing about in MDG, using MDG, how we can actually create the same master data. So that gives you an MDG flavor, MDG configurations and everything.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary function of SAP Master Data Governance, MDG 9.2? Option A, streamlining master data creation and maintenance. Option B, automating financial reporting. Option C, optimizing supply chain logistics. Option D, integrating with legacy ERP systems. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
First, let's look at MDG as a solution or tool, right? So what is MDG, what we do using MDG? And before that, getting into that MDG as well, who are the intended audience for this particular training as well, right? So first thing is MDG is one of the tool, or we can say add-on component in SAP, right? So that is SAP is as an ERP application, or it where it provides an solutions for running the different businesses. Okay, so like we have in SAP material management. There is one module. So this material management deals with what are the end to end of your material flow. right from the material creation till the goods movements or purchase orders or sales orders, the maintaining the stocks and everything. Similarly, you have something called SD, sales and distribution, where we will be dealing with different the sales processes. And similarly, you have something called WM, warehouse management. Okay, and we also have something called in finance space, right? All the finance related accounting, how we can maintain. Similarly, we have something called SRM, okay, and CRM. So likewise, different these kind of modules are there in SAP. I mean, it's a more, there are many more. I just highlighted very few over here. Okay, so these are the out of box, like I mean, provides a solutions where any business can actually adopt or they can implement this particular module, and they can do the customizing to handle some of the business requirements, right? So to their so it's a fully configurable solutions. Okay, so in that, as similar to like this, so this particular MDG is also one of the add-on component that actually offered from SAP, right? So where when you activate MDG on any SAP system, so then you can actually run through that all the master data governance processes in wherever you implement this one. So this is one of the MDG is one of the add-on component in SAP the whole suite. Okay, so this now, who are the target audience for this particular course, right? Or what kind of roles that we will actually expect in MDG? So one is developers. So the developers are nothing but who actually do the coding, right? So that is like a ABAP coding, right? So these developers are one of the target audience. Okay, so that means who are actually already having an exposure in SAP and who knows this programming skills. So the usually ABAP is the program platform where we actually develop all these solutions, right? So who are already working on ABAP in different modules, if they wanted to learn any MDG course. So these are the one of the target audience. The other target audience are the functional. Okay, so functional is like who will be actually configuring the system. So in general in SAP, we have two type of roles, functional and development roles. Functional are who are actually interacting with the business, and they will understand the business requirements, and they will try to map it to your SAP, whatever SAP is offers the standard solution, right? So similarly, developers who will be actually helping the functional in building the solutions. Okay, so functionals are also one of the target audience for this one, because in MDG you have functional topics are also there, a little bit of development topic is also there. So both are there. Okay, so that's why either MDG functional, MDG developer, technical, these are the two roles we expect in any client side, right? And also there are some who are actually techno-functional. When I say techno-functional, so they know the functional configuration. At the same time, they can also do a little bit of coding, or they can understand what, at least they can actually talk to the developers and they can understand how the solution is coming up, right? So those kind of roles, we call it as a techno-functional roles. And the third category, fourth category that we are talking is, in general, we have that PMs or POs, right? The project managers or product owners. So this product owner, not necessarily they should know ABAP, right? Because they know at a MDG as a solution, what are the features are there in MDG. So they don't know, it's not required for them to how to code or anything, but at least if they know, okay, these are the features that SAP MDG offers to us. Now, on top of that one, if they know that one, at least when they're talking to the customers, because they are the product owners, their main intention is to build end-to-end solutions for the business. The product owners, they are responsible for one particular business processes, right? Now, to achieve that business process, whether you use ABAP or SAP or Oracle or something else, they are least bothered in generally, because under PM or PO, they'll already you will be having the respective functionals or developers. The engineering team will be there who actually supports this one, right? But for them, for the product owner, why they need to learn MDG? When they're actually talking to the customers, they can actually understand what is the current business process, what MDG is offering, what are the pain points of that particular customer, how we can address those pain points using this MDG solution. So if they don't know what MDG is offers, what are the features that are there in MDG, right? They cannot actually suggest a right solution for the business. So that's why having a knowledge, like if the product owners are working on MDG area, or if they're working on MMR, SDR, WM, the respective the overview and the features, those knowledge should be there for project managers or product owners. Okay, and there is one more type of target audience. So those are like MDM. So before MDG, so there is a governance solution offered that is master data management. Okay, so this particular master data management initially is not with SAP. Later, what SAP has done is they acquired this particular organization, and they owned this particular MDM solution. After that, they are actually delivering, or they're selling it as a MDG product, this MDM. But over a period, what SAP has done is they are already understood that they've gone through that because this is the oldest solution that is available in master data. Okay, so what SAP has done is they actually gone through this particular MDM solution, and they understood, okay, what are the features are there, how it is actually benefiting the customers and everything. So they build, by looking at all the MDM features and everything, they build an equivalent product called MDG. Okay, now what is the difference between MDM and MDG? Because MDM is a non-SAP solution. Now, the advantage that SAP get is when they build an MDG solution in SAP using your ABAP program, and because MDG is nothing but it deals with all your master data, and you will be creating a master data in MM modules, in SD modules, in warehouse, finance, everywhere you will be creating the master data. So if I create one add-on solution on top of my SAP itself, where it will be like cutting across all these modules, okay, so that will be a best choice for the customers. They can actually go to MDG instead of MDM. Okay, so that's where actually this MDG started. SAP started with MDG, and today most of the places wherever you see SAP, so MDG is also integral part of your SAP. Right, so I see these are the different type of roles who are already working on MDM, and most of the time they think that, okay, now MDG is the feature, so they're actually migrating to MDG. So because this is a non-SAP product, at least by learning this course, they can actually gain the functional knowledge, and they can their profile, they can update it as a MDG functional, because they cannot actually go for a developer role, because this developer role requires knowledge on ABAP, because these MDM folks are not technical folks. Okay, even if they're technical folks also, the backend, the platform, the skill that is using for MDM is different from your ABAP. So that is the reason it's difficult challenge for them to learn, develop, get into an MDG technical, but they can actually correlate their profiles with MDG functional. Why? Because most of the features, whatever you see on MDG, the same features are also available in MDM. Okay, so for the MDM for MDM resources, it will be easy for them to change their profile to MDG functional role. And PMs and product owners, it's okay, right? So they wanted to know what is MDG, what it offers, what are the features are there. So because usually what happens, SAP, when they implement this come up with these products, so they implement the industry best solutions. So they contact all the different industry leading customers, and they understand what are the processes that they are implementing in managing their business processes, and their solution will exactly align with whatever is happening, right? So that's where as a new customer, when I'm going to start my business, I no need to bother about how to implement the solution and everything, because there are many customers who are also running the similar business as like me, and SAP offers the similar kind of solution. So I can just pay the money and get that SAP, get it installed and configure as per my business needs. So that saves a lot of time, right? So that's where actually the advantage for them is because MDG sits always on top of SAP, so they can make use of the best out of all the MDG, the other modules. So this is a little bit a high-level introduction, some background about MDG. So as once we cover this first chapter, it covers the architecture overview, how it where it positions in your overall SAP. Either it can be S4 HANA or it can be ECC. Okay, so what is the architecture of your MDG, and what are the deployment options where I can activate my MDG component in SAP, right? So we will be discussing in detail in the first chapter. This course will be exclusively for MDG. Okay. So,
Yeah.
and MDG is not only exist with S4 HANA, before S4 HANA also it's there in on MDG ECC version also. On ECC, when SAP is using ECC version also, MDG is there. Now, this is just very high level overview on MDG background. But when it comes to, right, in general, okay, so you can see my screen. This assume that this is one SAP system. Okay, so this is SAP system. Okay, now in this SAP system, it can, when I say SAP system, it can be your S4 HANA or it can be your ECC version, anything. Okay, so this is your SAP system. Now, what happens in SAP system? If at all I wanted to, what is a master data? Basically, this MDG, right? Master data governance. We say it deals with master data. Okay, so what is a master data in general without SAP also in any other ERP packages? What is a master data? So master data is nothing but you create once the data, and the duration of your master data will be for longer term, right? So you don't change it very frequently, this master data. It will go for a changes on very rarely. Okay, so you create a master data once and you use it for longer duration, which means let's take example of materials, right? So examples for materials, anything like your laptop, okay, or else it can be it can be your Xbox or anything, whatever you create in the system as a material when you are selling some goods. So first you should create that good in your system, right? So when you create this particular master data in a system, okay, and you use this master data for multiple purposes. That means you can use this master data, the same material in your sales process, in your purchase process, in your financial accounting, okay, in your goods movement documents, in goods received documents. So likewise, all you can use it in multiple places, but your master data will never get changed, or it can go for very rarely some changes. So this is one example, material. The other example, customer master. Okay, so customer master is something like you create a customer and in a system, and the customer data, it will never get changed, or else very rarely, if at all there is a change in their bank data, so they'll raise a request, and their latest bank data will get updated in the customer master record, or if they're changing their address or email ID. So because that won't happen on regular, right? You cannot change your email ID or your address very frequently. On very rare, it will change. Similarly, you have vendor master. So vendor master is also again another record where you set up all the vendor or supplier in your system, and you do business with those suppliers for longer term, right? So with the same supplier, you keep on continually procuring the goods or materials from the particular vendor, right? So the vendor number will be there in the system. So these are the master data, some of the examples where we call it as a master data, like your materials, customers, vendors. In finance space, like you have something called cost centers, profit center, GL account, okay, company code. So these are the different objects which we create and we refer them as a master data. Okay, now other than master data, what we have transactional data. So transactional data is nothing but where you create a sales order. So your sales order is nothing but one transaction activity. You create a sales order and the lifespan of your sales order is once the goods is delivered and the payment or invoice is cleared, that's it, your sales order is completed. Correct? So likewise, you can create a number of sales orders by using your master data. So there is a difference between master data and transactional data. Transactional data will be, it always uses your master data and the lifespan of your transactional activity or transactional data is very short, whereas your master data will be there in your system for longer purpose, longer duration. So that's how actually this master data is there. And now this particular master data, why how it was there before MDG. Okay, we all know that SAP is there. It's almost from 1970 or 1980 onwards SAP is there. But your MDG introduced at least in last 7 to 8 years. So because when I say master data, so this master data, let's say for example, your suppliers are materials, right? So you create the material. Okay, now this material you will be using in your supply chain processes as well, right? And the properties that are available at your material master record, those properties will be used or consumed in your supply chain processes as well. So that means if supply chain process, whatever the process that you mentioned, if those processes are consuming your materials or else customers or vendors. So in S4 terminology, we call it as a product. In normal ECC, before ECC, we have earlier, we call this as always a material only. When SAP introduced this S4, from then onwards, they started using this as a product. But it refers to the same object. Let's take any one SAP system. It can be your ECC or S4 system. So if at all I have to create a master data before MDG, when MDG is not there, okay, if at all I have to create any master data in my SAP system, in SAP we have something called transactions. Okay, who are actually already aware of this working on SAP, so they are well aware of these transaction codes. Transaction codes are nothing but where you invoke your application to create a master data to perform some activity. Okay, so this activity can be material creation or customer creation or vendor creation or anything. Okay, so if before MDG, if at all I have to create a material, there is a transaction code available in SAP that is nothing but MM01 is a transaction code. So the user will log into first SAP system. He will enter this particular transaction code MM01. Okay, and once they enter this transaction code, it will open up a UI application. And on this particular UI, user will be maintaining all the data with respect to material. That is, what is the material number, material description, the unit of measures, and probably the sales related information for this particular material, purchasing related information for this particular material. So like that, accounting related information, your storage location related information. So everything you will maintain in SAP when you are creating a material using MM01. So this is for creation part. Similarly, you have something called MM02 where you can actually change a material. That means you wanted to further edit some properties, you can make use of this one, right? So all this is happening in SAP before MDG, and as soon as user fill the data and he click the submit button, then automatically this particular data gets stored into the backend tables. Okay, the data gets saved means basically it gets stored into your backend tables. So after this, if at all you wanted to edit the data, you can again enter your material number, click on edit button. So this will again bring back the same material onto your UI application. So on this record, you can further do some changes. Now, what is the challenge in this process, right? So you can see here when a user actually go to this transaction code and open this UI, and he may be or may not be expert in that particular material. So when you're creating a material, there is a lot of information that will be feeding, okay, like your basic attributes and unit of measure related data, sales related data, purchase related data, and then accounting information. And then you have something called warehouse related information, storage related information. Okay. So likewise, there are n number of views are there. And in each view, you will have some group of attributes. So user will be maintaining. So now this particular user, he open this UI, he can enter some data and click the save button. So as soon as he enter the save button, as I said, this data is already gets created in the system, and this data can be used for, because the material is already available. Now I can use this material for my transactional activities. I can create a sales order, purchase orders, right? Now, what is the guarantee that whoever the person entered here, that has the right value? Usually, how do you ensure that that in my team someone entered someone created one program? Now, how do we ensure that okay, we will give it directly, we will deploy that program directly in the production? No, right? Because if someone creates that program, there will be a lead. The lead, with technical lead, will review his code, and if there are any comments are there, he will. If there are any comments are there, the team lead can actually pass on the comments to him to correct that program. That is one level of check it will happen. The other check is we will ask the developer to create one unit test document and to capture all the scenarios for this particular program. So that is a second level of check. And the third level is we will hand over this program to some functional testers. They will test and they will give you the comments. That is a third level of check. So likewise, before deploying into your production, your program will go through these many checks. But when I'm creating a material in my system, there is no such kind of process. If I have an authorization to create, use this UI, I can go ahead and do that, and I'll save the data, right? So with this approach, what happens is there are the data that you are creating for your master data, right? So that is having lot of quality issues. Okay. Because there is no review process, there is no governance process. So it is actually having lot of quality issues. When I say quality issues, maybe when you're creating a record, you might be missing some of the mandatory information, or that could be your address data or bank data or your phone number or your email address or your material, some properties. So they can actually miss any of the information, right? So with this data, which with this quality, we cannot actually rely on that okay, how many materials are there in my warehouse today. So I may or may not get the right status, right? So because of this one, I will procure more materials. So that is again, I'm doing a mistake. My decision is wrong. Basically, you have the data, but there is no transparency. Okay, you don't have any visibility how much is that data is available or not, right? So likewise, your decisions can be wrong if your master data is also wrong, right? So that's where what SAP has done is they introduced a kind of add-on component. That means in my SAP system only, I can actually basis will activate your MDG component. So they'll activate the MDG component. Now, how this MDG component offers, what features it offers to me? Okay. So here also you will have one UI application. User will log into that UI application. He will maintain that data. And once he maintains that data, what happens is he will basically submit the request. Okay. Or once he submit the request, unlike your the regular ECC flow where the data directly gets stored into your tables, here there is something called SAP introduced a concept called staging concept. Staging concept. Okay. So in this staging concept, you will have some bunch of tables. We call it as a staging tables. And as soon as I create a record or I do some changes to the record, this data initially gets stored into my staging area. So this data cannot be used for my transactional purpose. I can use only the data that is available here. But this data, I cannot use it. Okay, so that means once the requester submits, it goes to the approver, and approver will review this particular data, whether it is correct or not. And if they think that, okay, this data is correct, then if required, you can add one more level of approval process, or we call him as a steward. It's a role. Steward is a role. Okay, so we can actually take it for the next level review, and that particular person will review your data. If he thinks that there is some corrections required, he can actually reject the request and he can set it back to the original developer. If this is correct, he can actually initiate something called activation process. That means in your activation process, what happens is your inactive record. Inactive record means the data that exists in your staging table, right? That will move to the underlying ERP tables. Okay. Now I can only the transactional activities, only the transactional processes can consume the data only from this particular portion, only from this particular down portion. Okay. So that means whatever the data that is coming out of my staging table, let me draw it again here. So assume that this is my MDG component and this is the staging data and this is the active data, right? And this is the user logged into the system and he clicked on the save button. Okay, submit button. The data gets submitted into this particular table. And after that, it will go for some review process, approve process, and finally, when the final approver approves that request, then what happens? That is the time the data will be moved from your temporary or staging area to the actual table. So once my data record is available in this particular actual table, this data can be used for my transactional purposes. Not this data, always this data will be using. So if you notice the difference, as part of MDG, MDG introduced something called staging area concept. It also introduces a concept called workflows. Workflow means where the requester will submit, it goes to approver, approver will review the data, then he can initiate next level approver, okay, or auto approval. So likewise, there are multiple workflow scenarios are there. We will be discussing during this course, right? But what is the major difference? So first, SAP comes up with this kind of staging area concept. So because of the staging area concept, whatever the data that user submits, it never directly gets into your active area or your underlying actual master data table. It will go through this channel. So if it is going through this channel means basically there are group of people, not only one people in your SAP. If you log into SAP and create a material, it's only you are creating a material. But in MDG, there are group of people who are actually contributing for the master data creation. And those group of people are the experts in those areas. So when I submit a request, it goes to the finance department. Finance department are the experts in maintaining the finance attributes. And once they submit, it can go to your maybe sales department. Sales team knows that based on this material type or material group, whether I have to, this material has to be extended to what are the sales organizations. So likewise, the data will be reviewed and approved by the respective experts in that particular master data, right? That's how we always ensure that whatever the data that comes via my MDG channel into my actual table, that record we consider it as a golden record. Okay, so this golden record means this golden record has gone through all my MDG governance processes, not only workflow. We add some business rules like validations, derivations, and also it goes through the duplicate check. And we so there are placeholders. We can actually incorporate our validations, derivations, all that sort of things in MDG. So because your record is going through this entire flow, your MDG layer. Okay, so then what happens is all the rules will be applied for my record, and if whatever the record that is coming out of that particular area, staging area, into my actual table, so that particular record is a golden record for me. Okay, if I don't have MDG, user will log in over here, he'll create that data. Once you create a data in this system, right, even though you cannot revert it back, that okay, because the master data usually you cannot revert it back. You cannot delete the data. You need to just archiving the data only, right? So that's the difference between your MDG and with MDG and before MDG, how it works. So that basically it talks about the your business process. Let's say, for example, you wanted to create a material. right? So in your organization, when you are creating a material, it's not like you will follow the same SLA for every type of material. There are for some materials where you need to take some time, because you know, based on your previous experience, depends on all the your resources that are available, this is how much time you take it. Okay. And there are some certain materials or certain things where it can auto approve. Auto approve means there are, it won't, no need to wait, so it will automatically create that one, right? So now when you look at any MDG process, I'm just explaining one typical workflow in MDG, how it look like. If at all I have to create a material, a typical workflow look like this. A requester will be there. Requester will open the UI, enter the data, he'll click on submit button. Once he submits, it goes to approver. Okay, approver can review the data submitted by this previous person, and he will take his time and he'll submit this, approve this request. Then it can go to, let's say, maybe one more level authority. We call him generally the role as steward. Steward is the super authority in any master data scenarios. Okay, and steward also, it's a one more additional check we are adding. So steward also can review this data, and once he finalizes, says that okay, this is good to go, then we activate the record. When I say we activate the record, that means the data that exists in my MDG layer into my staging table, that record will be get activated. That means the record will move from here to here. Okay, so this will happen only at your activation step, and once this is successful, your workflow will be completed. So this is the end-to-end scenario. In between, approver can also reject the request, or steward also can reject that request. When they reject this request, that means there might be some reason why they are rejecting this request. One reason could be that maybe some of the mandatory information is not filled, or the entered data might be incorrect, or else this record already, similar record is already exists. It's a duplicate record. Why you wanted to create it again? So the reasons can be anything, but there is a option that where they can reject that request. When they reject this request, we will have something called revision team, and they will review the data. They also look at the comments maintained by the approver why they are rejecting that request. And if the comment says that, hey, this is a duplicate record, this revision team can still further do a final rejection. Okay, final rejection. If they do the final rejection, your workflow will be completed and your changes will be reverted back to the original position. So you see, it's a multi-step process. Okay, and at approver level, business defines certain things. What are the checklists? What are the things that you need to review, right? For that particular one, business will be aligning with some SLA. Let's say this SLA will be once the request comes to the approver, he should approve within half day. And at steward level also, it will be within half day. So this is an agreed timeline where the business will, the respective teams will take that much of time to take an action. It can be immediate to off day. Okay, so now if I compare, right, request for requester, he might be having, let's say, 1 day SLA, right? So if I club all these things, it will be like 2 days to complete my request. So that's how we calculate the SLA or the time, right? Now, if the time should be, this time should be aligned with the business processes as well. Now, coming back to your question, how much time it will take? So for bulk updates, right? So this kind of workflow is basically, here we are not talking about this workflow for one object or for mass processing. Even your mass processing also can have these many steps, or one object creation also, it can go for these many steps. Now, what is important is that depends on the volume of data you have. I'm not saying that, okay, if I'm updating 100 records at a time, assume that it took probably 2 seconds for 100 records. Then if you calculate this one, let's say, for example, for 1,000 records, I cannot say it will take like 2 into 2, probably 4 seconds. It can take more also. Okay, or if your work processes are less or your system resources are free, then it can close in a shorter period as well, right? So there will be a proportionally, there will be some lag in the sense, it will be like not in days or kind of thing. Maybe instead of taking, if you're uploading initially 100 records, assume that it took probably 1 minute. When you're uploading probably 1 lakh of records, it might take maybe for some 5 seconds. But there are tools are there in MDG. SAP provided certain tools where you can actually perform your single object updates. Also, you can perform mass operations. Take a simple example when you're ordering something in Amazon, right, or any online e-commerce portal, right? You wanted to buy maybe some 10 objects or 10 goods, 10 articles. Then when you select all your order articles, and then finally you make submit that request and complete the payment. Then depends on the situations. Maybe they will create one single request for all your orders, or else they can create 2 requests for maybe 5 each articles, right? So that means there we are not actually handling one object. One request means it can have 10 articles also. I can update one material, 1,000 materials, 10,000 materials, or 1 million as well. Yeah, it's a fully configurable, and a functional consultant can configure this kind of workflows without writing single line of ABAP code. Exactly. So let me show you UI, how MDG UI look like. Okay, but and also whatever I highlighted one workflow. Workflow is one aspect of your governance process. Okay,
I agree.
There are much more, like it from your replication. How to replicate distribute the data to the different systems? How I can search the data? How I can identify the duplicates of my master data? How can I configure the business rules? So everything there are how I can actually measure my data quality, right? So how I can perform the bulk updates. What are the options are there? So there are n number how I can consolidate the data, merging multiple records into a single record. Okay, so there are multiple features are there in MDG that offers. We will be discussing all those features. It's actually spread across 3 months to 1 year as well, depends on the complexity of that the implementation, and it all directly proportional to how many systems you are integrating, what is your system target systems, how many rules you have, business processes, how many business processes you have, depends on all those, right? So but usually it's spread across minimum 6 months to 1 year for one object in the sense for material master. Similarly, you have business partners, customers, vendors. So all are different objects are there. So now you see, this is one of the, this we call it as a MDG. This is a home page for the material master, material governance. In the top, you see the tab, right?
Right.
Home page for material master. All the operations activities you can perform here with respect to your master data. Similarly, you can see on the right, this one, this is for the customer master. Okay. Similarly, this is for the contract account. So likewise, you have different home pages are available. And now let's take example of material master. So we will like materials, business partners, customers, vendors are this material master. This is all these are the out-of-box solutions. Business partners, customers, vendors or suppliers, vendors/suppliers. Now under finance area, you have something called cost center, profit center, cost element, GL account. Okay, likewise you have a couple of more objects. Article master is also there. Yeah, if you are implementing IS retail add-on, so you can make use of article master also. You can govern this particular object. Similarly, under plant maintenance module, SAP plant maintenance module, we have something called equipments, functional locations, then bombs. So these two are the solution extensions that are available. I will talk about what is the solution extensions. But from SAP, these are the out-of-box objects already available in the market today. SAP supports all these objects. Article master, the base or the background is material only. On top of that one, IS retail comes up with its own features, functionalities. So those functionalities are added, or your material master enhanced to support this IS retail solution. For that one, they introduce some new concepts and everything, right? So the basic flavor is material only, but on top of that one, it supports a lot of features. So we consider this as a separate object when compared to your MM. Actually, this MDG framework is a common framework. That means if I know how to configure, implement MM, so if you know this one, you will be, it's the same thing for all other objects as well. So we will be discussing different objects, right? But there is no need to learn each and every object separately. If I know how to configure MM, you can follow the same steps for all other objects as well. So in S4, especially in MDG, when you are creating a vendor or customer or supplier, right? So basically it will happen via business partner only. Okay, without business partner, you cannot create customer vendor. If there is no MDG and if you are on ECC version, you can create vendors without business partners. But now if you look at, this is the home page, SAP out-of-box UIs are available where you can search materials. You can create a material. Again, you can actually change a material, right? And after that, you can see this subsection. This section talks about how you can perform the mass updates, how you can access bulk materials. There, currently I'm in MM governance homepage. You see this, this is a material governance homepage. Similarly, for business partner, customer, you have this similar kind of home pages. There is something called, you can also look at your workflows related status, or you wanted to go through the audit who changed what. So all that information, there are UIs are there. You can generate reports out of your master data. So SAP comes up with out-of-box means they by default certain attributes. On top of that one, you can enhance that solution. You can enhance that. You can customize as per your business needs. You have your MDG system, right? And it's not only the one system you will be having in your organization. In the landscape, you might be having multiple systems, SAP 1, SAP 2, and some non-SAP system. Likewise, you can have multiple systems, right, which they need the master data. So you create the master data in MDG, you distribute the data to the respective target systems. See, that is again a fully configurable one. As soon as some update happened to my material, it can, should I replicate the data to all my target connected systems or not, right? So there are things are there, we will discuss the features, but definitely you'll have very good features compared to MDM. We will discuss each and every topic because we have all these topics. If you look at our course structure, right, we have something called staging area is configured. What are the UI applications are there? So what are the data quality aspects, data replication point of view? Then we have some roles, and we also have other data quality measurements. So there are different, everything is part of our course. So this covers your complete MDG course.
Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So today onwards, we'll get into the actual MDG. So basically, we start with MDG features. Yesterday, we just discussed it very high level when we did the comparison with MDM, right? So workflow and a couple of aspects. But today, we will discuss into the actual topic, and we will start with all the features of MDG. What as a MDG as a master data as a solution, right? Master basically MDG includes three components. One is majorly the master data governance. Okay. And after that, there are two other add-on components were added recently by SAP, especially on S4 HANA system. The second one is the MDC. This is nothing but master data consolidation. And we also have something called DQM. Okay, so this is nothing but data quality management. Okay, so these are the add-on components that add-on as well as the optional things. But our majorly we will be covering all the MDG features and everything. But towards end of the session, we will also discuss about what is the consolidation and DQM and what are the features that it has. Okay, so let's we discussed yesterday what is a master data, what is the difference between master data and transactional data at very high level, right? So this MDG course deal with creation of your master data. Okay, so that is like material creation, or else probably customer creations, a vendor or partners, or else for cost centers, profit centers. So all these we call it as a master data. And how we can actually create the master data, how we can govern the master data. Okay, so that actually we will be discussing in this entire course. Okay, so if you look at the definition of your MDG, SAP MDG, so it's a state-of-art master data management solutions providing out-of-box domain-specific master data governance. So which means basically out-of-box domain-specific master data. So material master is one domain, like I mean, it's a material master we have, right? And business partners, customers, vendors. So all these are like usually we create this master data. We treat them as a master data in SAP. Okay, and so when you actually implement MDG, so out-of-box solutions are already available for these specific domains, right? So that means basically you no need to do any development from scratch for these objects, right? So that means basically all the required, the backend, the framework, the UI applications to create this particular master data, the search applications, and also like the workflows. So everything is already available for these particular objects. So that's what we call it as a out of box. Okay. Now this is a standard out of box implementation will be there. On top of that one, it also supports to configure as per your business needs. Okay, so basically you will have the implement the base version. On top of that one, depends on the business specific scenarios, depends on the complexities. You can actually start configuring, customizing the solution as per your needs. So that is what the out of box domain specific objects, right? So that is one thing. And at the same time, it's not only the out of box objects, it also helps you. The framework also supports to create your own master data. So when I say creating a own master data, so that means, let's say for example, plant creation is there in SAP, site or plants we call it, right? So how do you create a plant in SAP? We go to the SPRO configuration, and from there we create a plant, right? And that is a standard way of creating a plant. But if at all I have to create this plant, I wanted to add a governance flavor for this particular plant master, right? In my organization, I treat this plant as a master data, and I wanted to govern this plant also as a master data. So then there is no out-of-box solution for plant master in MDG. Just like how we have the out-of-box solutions for MMBP, for plant master, you don't have that kind of solution. But what MDG supports is you can create or you can develop, build the MDG solution for your plant master. Okay, so that means it also supports anything that is not part of your standard objects. Those we call it as a custom objects. Custom objects in the sense like plant master, employee master, or company code creation. So likewise, there in SAP world, there are many objects we can consider it as a master data. Okay, so what SAP has done is most commonly used master data like material master, business partners, customers, vendors, suppliers, cost centers, all these things are the most commonly used in any ERP solution. So that's why SAP already provided as a out-of-box solutions for these objects. But that doesn't mean that SAP will keep on creating new masters like plants or employees and all those things. Instead of that one, what they have done is they provided a framework for us where you can also build how SAP has done for MMRBP. The same kind of framework you can also build for your plant master, any master, right? So that also supports your MDG supports creation of a custom masters as well. Okay, so that is the definition of your MDG. Now, when it comes to these are the features that you see here. So the major features are most important features from MDG point of view. One is governance. Governance means so this particular MDG solution is meant for this governing your master data. So when I'm creating a master data in SAP, so governance means basically one aspect is it will be like reviewed by the data that a person is creating, right? So that has to be reviewed by some other person or some seniors. And then that means this data is reviewing so that whatever the data that we are creating in the system, so that is a kind of a golden record for me, right? So that review process can happen multiple ways. Like you can have one level approver or two level approver or parallel workflows. So different workflows. That means basically using this particular workflow, you are involving a group of people into the creation or change process for your object. Okay, so that is one aspect of the governance. The other aspect of the governance is you will be incorporating certain rules in the system in the backend, so that when you're creating the master data, those master data will go through those rules. And if any of the rules are getting failed, system will give you an error message. Depends on the complexity of the way how you configure. It can be either error messages or warning messages. The system will throw on the UI. Okay, so that means you are incorporating some systematic checks also when you're creating, because we cannot expect the reviewer to review each and every field. There are hundreds of attributes are there for every master data, right? So if he cannot review each and every attribute, so that's where we also configure some systematic checks in the system in the backend. So MDG supports that. Okay, and this is from the validations point of view. Similarly, there will be some derivations. Derivation in the sense when I'm creating one material, so I know that all the finished products I'm creating in my system should be extended to these 10 plants, right? So instead of we are inputting the user to manually extend this material to all these plants, I can, because if this is a every time it is a standard process, I can set up it as a one derivation rule, so that user no need to enter those extend those 10 plants. He can just simply select the material type, automatically it will get extended to those 10 plants. So with this one, the person's time will be saved, and also it will give you a best user experience, and there is no chance that human can do any mistake over there, right? So all this comes as your governance, and you are also replicating the data to other systems. So you create your master data centrally in MDG, and then you replicate to the other systems. So that is also part of your governance. So there are many aspects are there in governance. So we will be discussing each and everything throughout this particular course. Okay, now next is consistency. So consistency means basically, so yesterday also there was a point came like, I mean, in MDG we have multiple objects, right? So in MDG, let's say for example out of box solutions, even if I talk about out of box objects, like material master is there, business partner, customer, okay, and vendors. Okay, so these are the objects. Now similarly you have cost center, profit center, cost element. In article master, in IS retail space, you have something called article master, and again in EAM space you have something called equipments, functional location, okay, bombs. Okay, so all these are the different masters are already available in SAP as an out-of-box solution, right? So you know it once, if you, while we are learning this all these MDG concepts, you can take any of these objects as an example for us. Okay, it's okay. So from MDG side, if you know how to configure a workflow for material master, right? So the same concept as is you can apply for other objects as well. So you no need to learn the workflows for MM or for BP or for customers separately. If you know by taking any one of the object as a reference, the same steps you need to apply for other objects as well. Okay, so similarly, even for your custom objects also, the same can be applied. Similarly, if I show you how to write a rule, a validation in MDG using BRF applications or BADI, the same thing will be applied for all other objects as well. Okay. Similarly, your derivations, we have something called a duplicate check configuration in the system. So there also, if I show one thing, then the same, you can using the same concept, same steps you need to follow for other objects. So that means that's where actually you can see it has a consistent approach. So there is nothing like you have to learn separately for each object. So that's the reason the way how the UI applications are developed, the UI applications look and feel, the themes or your search applications. So everything remains same. So that is about a consistency. So that we will go through while learning the topics. You will understand that, okay, it's the same thing that we are applying for all the other objects. Okay, maybe the object specific some context you might require if you are a technical person, like if you are working on customer master. So you at least the basics of that functional side, you should aware of that one. That's it. Other than that one, you know it from MDG part of MDG side, it remains same. Everything remains same. Okay, so that is about consistency. Then coming back to consolidation. So in the consolidation, it talks about like let's say for example in MDG, it's not always that this is your MDG system. Okay, so this is my MDG system. Okay, and then once the data gets created, you can also replicate the data on real-time basis to the target system, the same master data. Target 1, target 2, target 3. Okay, so this is from MDG as a source and your target systems on the receiving side. Okay, but at the same time, in real-time world, sometimes what happens is you might be having some source systems. These might be SAP or non-SAP systems. Okay, so due to certain limitations or geographical reasons or country-specific things, probably, or maybe this is an old legacy process, but still business wants to continue. So what happens is master data will be created sometimes in the source systems itself. Non-SAP means, let's say, for example, Ariba. Okay, I wanted to replicate the data to Ariba system from MDG to Ariba. So you can replicate the suppliers, customers, materials to Ariba. Okay, and it can be any legacy system or any system where actually it's not an SAP box. That's it. So example means we have it can be like Ariba is one example. Other than that one, what else you can have? Maybe some Salesforce is again another example. Those are non-SAP systems. So sometimes what happens is you might need to create, business wants to continue to create that master data in the same source systems. Okay, but because MDG, our system is MDG where we wanted to keep the centralized master data, you can replicate the data to this particular MDG system from multiple sources. In this process, there might be some case where the same customer, let's say you take example of HP customer. So the same customer might be available in all the three systems. So when you're replicating this data, so in MDG side, you can actually club these three records into a single record. I don't want it to maintain 3 HP customers. Instead of that one, I'll maintain only 1 HP customer. Okay, so that's where your consolidation process comes. It's part of MDG, but we need to activate, if at all you wanted to use consolidation, so you need to activate some specific business functions to enable that feature. That is the only thing. But this always will be enabling on MDG system only. It's not a separate license or something or separate tool. It's an integrated part of your MDG only. So first we will cover MDG and then we go through consolidation and DQM. Yeah, so that's where actually I mentioned consolidation is also part of our course. So because where we are using this in this thing, so where we are using this consolidation, so that's where I'm just giving an example over here. So here you can actually get the data. So there are two layers over here. One is your MDG layer. Again, you also have consolidation layer. Okay, so now you can replicate the data to the consolidation layer. And then in the consolidation layer, it offers certain features. You can run through those features, and then you can hand over the data to MDG layer. Okay, so this we will see. I will show you this one, this part. Okay, so here basically the point I'm trying to highlight is we also have a consolidation where you can actually club the data and generate a single record out of all the 3 records, right? So that's why this consolidation it will come into picture. Okay, so we'll discuss more about consolidation. And after that, we have another important feature is the integration. Integration in the sense, because in any organization, we always have one system which we will consider it as a master data governance system, right? So you create your master data centrally in one system and then replicate the master data, but your actual transactional activities might be happening in multiple systems. So those multiple systems are SAP or non-SAP systems, right? So this is one example, right? So you use always one MDG system for all your master data creation. You create your materials, business partners, customers, vendors, all the objects in the same single system. Okay, but you replicate this data to the target system. So in this case, you need an integration thing which actually supports your MDG integration with all other. Of course, with SAP systems anyway, it can integrate. But how you integrate this MDG with the non-SAP systems, that matters. So integration, replication means you are distributing the data. You create the data one place and replicate the data to all the required systems, right? Integration means to replicate the data, you need to first integrate system. You need to set up a connection, establish a connection between MDG and the other system, right? That can be either for receiving the data to MDG or else distributing the data from MDG to the target systems. So in both the cases, you need a kind of integration. Yeah. So we have multiple techniques, like we can use iDocs, we can use a server service or web service, file-based replications. We also use RFC-based integrations. So there are multiple things are there. We'll go through all those scenarios. For that one, we have a separate topic in our course. That a complete configuration, we have a separate chapter. Okay, if you look at this one, data replication framework. So we have a separate topic for that one. Okay, so whatever the integration thing that I'm talking, the feature, so that we will be actually discussing in data replication framework. So for your understanding purpose, at very high level, we are actually covering all the important features of MDG. Okay, but this integration we will be covering in DRF topic, data replication framework topic. Okay, fine. So then the next point is flexibility. So flexibility means basically, as you know, the definition of MDG, it offers all the out-of-box objects, out-of-box solution for certain objects, not all the objects, right? Only very few objects it offers where you can actually plug and play kind of thing, those objects. But what about the other objects which I'm considering as a master data in my organization, but there is no MDG solution for that object, right? In that case, you can configure, you can create, you can develop that object in MDG as one of the object as a custom object framework, right? So it provides that flexibility where you can govern your own master data. So that means basically you can build from scratch everything for your custom object. That we call it as a custom object governance in MDG. So it supports standard, and whatever the objects that you wanted to govern under MDG, you can make use of this framework, right? So that's where it has that flexibility to govern your own master data. So this is another important feature. And finally, you have something called data quality. So in the data quality, so basically this data quality offers like how you can actually measure your master data. So there are two aspects of your data quality in MDG. One is like you will set up a kind of rules. Okay, when you're creating a master data, you need to configure some rules to ensure that your data is up to mark. Okay, all the mandatory information, latest, all the correct apt information you have, to ensure that systematically we configure certain validations or rules or derivations in the system that covers when you are creating a master data, it will go through those rules, and all the derivations will happen, and all the checks will happen. And once a record passed with all these derivations and checks, then you consider this is my golden record. That is, at the time of creation or update, you are configuring, ensuring that all the checks are passed through, right? That is one thing. The other aspect is Okay, now you created your, you enabled MDG and you are creating all your master data using MDG solutions. Now, what is the guarantee? Like, what is the quality of your master data before and after implementation? So I wanted to run some data quality rules. That means you can measure, basically you wanted to measure your data quality. Okay, so before MDG, anyway, my data is not up to mark. But after MDG, over a period, if at all you wanted to measure your data quality, then the other component which I spoke here, other than MDC, so this data quality management will come into picture. Okay, so in a DQM topic, basically you can actually set up certain rules to config to measure your master data. You don't derive or you don't update your master data, just it gives you flexibility where you can measure the data, okay, and you can see what is the quality of your master data. And that is a regular activity. So today I measure my data quality. So I got 70%. That means there are some records which are not good, right? So those are 30% are there. Now I can now I can go further and I can analyze that, okay, why these 30% of the records are still not up to mark. Then you will analyze, you find the root cause. Maybe in your governance process itself, there are some certain leaks are there where you cannot actually, due to this, where your data is not up to mark. Okay, so you can actually do all the analysis and everything. Finally, you can fix those things. Right now, you fix those things, and maybe over a period again when you run that to your data quality. So this time, ideally, my data quality should be improved 70% to 80% or 90%. Right. So then it is going towards an improved manner. But if you measure that later, right, still if it is at 70 or less than that one, that means there is some things that you need to take care in your governance process. So what are those some things, and that actually will, this data quality will help you to identify those things, right? So that's where data quality is also one of the subcomponent, and we will be discussing how to set up the rules, how to measure the data quality. Those things we will be discussing. Okay, so these are the at very high level of the features of MDG. After this, the next one, right? So we have like a different modes in MDG. So this is one of the typical architecture that you see, that MDG as a centralized master data system, and you create all your master data in the same MDG box. It can be your material master or business partners, customers, vendors. So all the objects, whatever you wanted to govern using MDG layer, so you can create all the master data over here. Okay. Now earlier probably the people are creating the materials here or updating the materials in the respective systems, right? Now we lock down all the respective transaction codes in all the target systems, and we onboard all the users, business users, into MDG only. Hey, any change that you wanted to perform for master data, you always use MDG. So we onboard the users into MDG system. We provide them the UIs, and those UIs are to create or update the data for single records or mass records or bulk updates. So everything we will provide in MDG. And if at all I wanted to generate some reports on monthly basis for audit purpose also, you can generate it from MDG. So from master data point of view, this is the only one single system that we need to ensure, right? And after that, once you create the master data, and after that, what happens? Our actually prime idea is the data should be available in these target systems, because these are my transactional systems, right? So, and all my business operations are happening in this system. So I will be creating the data in this system, and I'll be replicating the data to this transactional system. So ultimate goal is, though you use MDG or whatever the thing, right? Your master data should be available in your target system. These are the transactional systems, right? Now, our responsibility, the MDG functional or technical MDG consultant responsibility is, what the data that you created in MDG system, that should go to the target system and it should post it successfully here. The data should get created in the system successfully. Till then, that is our responsibility. I cannot say like, hey, in my MDG, I created the data and it got created successfully. It replicated also, fine. But replicated in the sense, it went from my from my system. Now, whether that is posted correctly or not in your target system, that I don't care. right? So that is not the actually a right approach. We are responsible for storing that data or creating that, or all your updates that you are performing in MDG, it should reflect correctly in your target system. That is a in general principle that we have to take care of that one. And after that, once the data is created, how you use that data and all those things, that is not our scope. That will be the your business operations scope that comes under. Okay, so this is one approach. Okay, so we also have another thing, like we just discussed the consolidation. So this is your MDG portion where you create the data in MDG and replicate or distribute the data to the target systems. This is another approach scenario where you activate your consolidation. Of course, it's a part of your MDG only, but specifically you need to enable some configurations so that you can make use of this consolidation. And what is the purpose of this consolidation? So as I said, basically you will get the data from multiple source systems, and you apply some logics and process that data, and you can actually, the data will get created in MDG or SAP system, and there are certain tools are there where you can actually analyze the data. Okay, so this is only from the analytical point of view. Analytical point of view means the data is always creating in the system, but that means these are the systems who are responsible for the master data, not your MDG system. But I wanted to keep this data as a centralized place so that that will helpful for the business analyst to generate certain reports and analyze the trends. In that case, they cannot go to the each and every individual system and get the reports and do the processing, right? So they need one single source of truth for all the master data. In that case, you can actually create the master data in the respective source systems only, but keep a copy of that particular data in consolidation or MDG system. So with this one, the business analyst, they can look into your MDG and they can generate the reports and all that stuff using the same MDG system. Okay, so here it is master data governance. This is consolidation is for analytical purpose. Okay, now after this, there is a third approach where you can actually enable and club both your governance and consolidation. So with this one, what we are trying to achieve, you see here, so all the master data will be created in my MDG system by the users or whatever the process, and the data will be replicated to these target systems, which is fine. In addition to this one, I also receive the data from some different source systems. Now, when I'm getting the data from the source systems, maybe the data that is getting created is not an up to mark, right? In this case, you can actually pass through those records to your consolidation layer. In the consolidation, you can actually apply certain rules and apply certain, identify the best record from these 3 records. So you can apply some of the consolidation processes and arrive at one single record. And whatever the record that got created in my consolidation, right, I will pass it through my MDG governance layer. So in the governance layer, again, it will go through the workflows, your validations and derivations, or the checks, okay, or else your duplicate check configuration. So whatever the governance processes that you apply for this direct creation, the same thing you can also apply for the data that is coming from your consolidation layer, right? So that's where actually it's a hybrid approach. You are using both consolidation and MDG in the same system to make use of the benefits of both these components. So these diagrams tells you that, okay, you can have just only MDG in a system, or else you can have only consolidation in a system, or you can have both MDG and consolidation in a single system. You wanted to actually enable MDG, right? For example, to enable any MDG component in your SAP system. So this is your SAP system, anything, just like your SAP system. It can be maybe your ERP, or it can be CRM or SRM. Okay, so whatever, maybe it's an SA, or it can be supply chain. So it can be any SAP system. Okay, so how do you actually enable or you say this is my MDG system? The prerequisite is you should have an ERP layer. In a SAP system, you should have a ERP layer. ERP layer means the core logistics functionality should be there. So usually in any MDG system, you take SRM, CRM error, anything, ERP is a core one. It should be ERP, basic thing ERP should be there. Okay, because this ERP only supports your material master or BPs or customer, all the master data creation, basically all the features are available in this ERP. Okay, now this is my ERP system. Okay, on top of that one, I can actually activate my MDG. You can activate your MDG on top of your ERP system. So that means this is a single system, but you are just installing one add-on, just like in our mobile, right? You install some app and you use that app for some specific purpose. Okay, so that means basically, but you need a mobile with either your Android or iPhone or whatever the software, right? You need a mobile. On top of that one, you can actually install your new apps that are supporting, right? In the same way, you have this SAP ERP system. On top of this particular system, if you activate, there is something called business functions. In SAP, there is something called business functions. Okay, so once SAP provides for every this kind of components. This is one component. Similarly, CRM is there. This is one add-on component. SRM is there. This is one add-on component. Okay, you have supply chain. This is another add-on component. So likewise, there are multiple warehouse management, extended warehouse management. You have all these are the different components. So if at all you wanted to on any SAP ERP system, if at all you wanted to activate any of these functionalities or these applications, then you will activate via business functions only. So this will be a basis activity, the admin. So in SAP, we have something called basis, right? Who are the admin who will take care of your system health, and if there is something needs to be installed or anything, the basis will take care of this one, right? So in the same way, MDG also is another add-on component. So SAP provided some business functions for MDG. So when you activate those business functions, you are good to use your MDG functionality. Similarly, SAP also provided another set of business functions to activate your MDC, Master Data Consolidation. Okay, so when you activate this MDC component, it not only activates your MDC, it also activates your DQM. So the business functions, the name says that it's consolidation only, but you can also make use of your DQM features. Okay, so likewise, you have two set of business functions. So I will show you in the system just for your information purpose or knowledge purpose, but in real time, as an MDG consultant, we don't do that. That will be done by basis. Okay, so the transaction code, okay, to access that basis functions. So the transaction code is SFW5. SFW5 is the transaction code. You hit enter. So it will open. Okay. So it says that because this is a critical thing, so that's why it is asking you to again confirm. Do you really wanted to go or you wanted to just exit from here? Okay. So then because we wanted to see, right? So you can just click on continue. It will take you to that particular. Okay. You can see all the business functions over here. These are like SAP chemicals, SAP mining, all the different ERPs. Okay. So now if you see here, these are the consolidation. Like the name itself shows here, MDG underscore consolidation underscore cust object to customer material supplier to. Okay. With each version, so whenever MDG 8 is there, then my MDG 9 version is there. And after that, the latest version is MDG 9.2. So with each version, there will be some new business functions will get added over here, and you need to activate those business functions. Okay. But these are the, if at all you wanted to use material master the consolidation, you need to just activate this business function. If at all I wanted to use customer master, you need to activate this customer. and then supplier also you can activate it. Okay, so likewise, whatever the object that you wanted to basically use that for your you wanted to use the consolidation features for those objects you can use. But in consolidation, it's a recently came. If you look at, you only find for material, suppliers and customers, and also for business partners, but not for finance objects or article master or anything. So you don't have this consolidation feature over here. Okay, it only supports these objects. So basis what they will do, they'll select this one and they click on this activate. So likewise, they do one after other. Currently, this is in activate mode only. Okay, so this bulb symbol you see, it is in active mode. Inactive mode means it won't be in yellow color. It will be with something different. Yeah. So that is one thing. I wanted to just show you the difference. Just scrolling up just to show you the MDG related. So this is in inactive mode. See this bulb symbol, right? There is a difference. This is it, it's on, it's off mode. But for MDG also you'll have some business functions. Yeah, you can see here. These are the MDG business functions already activated in the system. Okay, so you can see all these business functions are active. Okay, so this is just for our validation purpose. Okay, but the activation will be done by basis people only. Okay, so now even in MDG here also, you see there are separate business functions are there for material. This is the first base one, and after that material 2, material 3, material 4. So with each version, with each release of SAP MDG every year, they are keep on adding a new business functions. So today you are, let's say for example, currently you are on material 12 version. This is material 12 is the latest one. But next year, tomorrow, if SAP releases some more features, those features, only those delta changes or those delta features, SAP will capture under something called business function, and they will add that business function over here, 13. So that by default, it will be in inactive mode. Okay, but if at all you wanted to make use of the 13 business function features as well, you need to ask your basis team, they will activate that 13 as well. Then only you will be you can make use of the new features of the latest version, right? So if you are installing MDG now, so that means basically you need to start activating from all these things in a sequential order. It's not like you need to take the latest one, because latest one will have only the delta changes, not the complete one. So it's mandatory to activate one after other. So that will be done by basis only. Okay, so here you can see all the latest, what is the latest one for material master, the business function. Okay, and if you see, I will come back to this foundation little later. You see for finance also, the latest version is 12. That means this is an S4 2022 version. 2023 is not yet, basically it just released, so it's not yet active in this system. Okay, so this is a finance one. Finance also you have the latest 12. And if I scroll up little bit, so you have this vendor or supplier specific business functions. So similarly, you have customer specific business functions. And if you go little up, you will be having the business partner. Bupa means it's a business partner, business functions, right? So for every object, you have a business functions. That means if at all I wanted to govern initially you are working on an MDG project and client decided first to enable material, to use a material master, MDG for material master. Default means all the UIs, everything is available. You don't need to create from scratch. That means, let me show you here. So this is your material master governance homepage. Okay, so this complete page will come as a out of box. That means SAP already provides you this as your MDG solution. Now after that, if you go to create material, there is an UI to which will actually you will use it for your material creation purpose. So that UI is also developed. You don't need to develop, but all these functionalities are in inactive mode, because if they make it active, right? So then what happens? Users might use it or not, right? So only whoever wants to use MDG materials, then only they will activate, then only we will activate the business functions, then the features will be available. You take example, right? In any, your mobile is another example. So app will be there, but you don't, until you install that app in your mobile, you cannot use that functionalities. So these will be available and it will be in inactive mode. You need to activate.
Inactive mode, yes.
Okay. So why I'm saying that you need to activate? Because SAP will charge your system based on the things that you are using, right? If I'm using MDG, okay, in MDG also if I'm using Material Master, then they will charge only for Material Master, your regular annual maintenance cost. And if you activate business partners or customers or vendors unnecessarily, so that they will be charging it, some bare minimum charging will be there because you activated all these functionalities. You are using their thing, right? So licensing is one-time thing. After that, there will be an annual license, annual charges will be there, support charges will be there from SAP. So what we will be doing is, in general, either you can activate everything and just maybe if you have a roadmap or plan for using all these objects in your system, it's better to activate it now in the implementation time. Okay. Either you can activate all in one shot, and then maybe you can slowly configure one after other, like first complete your implementation and then go for another implementation, BP, customer vendor. So you can do that one as well, phase-wise manner. When you are, once you activate a Material Master, after that within Material Master, as per your governance process, what type of roles you wanted to have, what are the users, what are the activities that they're going to do, right? So based on that one, you define all the roles, configure the roles in the system. So SAP provided it as a flexible thing. Either you can activate all or you can activate phase by phase manner as well. Okay, it's not necessary that you need to activate everything, even though when you are using Material, it's not necessary that you need to activate everything. So it's up to you. It's a fully customizable or configurable, whatever you want, right? So now if you look at these business functions, you have business functions for business partner, customer, suppliers, and then in the down you see for finance, and you also see for materials. Along with that one, there is something called foundation. Okay, this is for which object? Yeah, that's what. So these will come as part of your ERP package itself. Now in the ERP package, what you are going to activate and start using, that is in our hand. This is for MDG only. What I'm saying is, you got a fresh S4 system. In S4 system, when you get a new S4 system, okay, so in the S4 system, you can actually install SRM, you can install CRM, you can install IS Retail, likewise multiple applications, multiple modules you can install. The same way MDG also you can install. So to install MDG, what are the things that I need to actually install in my MDG? Should I just only install this material, or do I need to do all these things? So that's where actually we are actually discussing about, okay, these are the material. You can see from here till here, these are the business functions that you need to enable or you need to activate. Basically, Basis will activate these things in the system. Then only you can start using your out-of-box MDG UI applications for Material Master. First, you need, whatever you wanted to do in MDG, first you need to activate this. See, okay. You have, let's say, for example, another example I'll give you. You have Outlook or Gmail, right? So if at all you wanted to use Outlook, what you do in your laptop, first you will install that Outlook. It will come as part of your Windows software itself, but that it won't be in active mode. You cannot directly go open that Outlook and start using. What I'm coming, just hold on, okay? So what is the first step? You first install the software in the system. Once you install the software, and in the software, you can configure as per business requirements. So without installing, you cannot configure that system, right? Without installing your Gmail or Outlook, once you install that one, you create your profile ID and you can, okay, how the view should be, should I see a preview? All the settings, configurations comes later. First, you need to install the base application in the system, right? Okay, it's that kind of thing. So likewise, here there are different business functions are there which are responsible for each object. Similarly, for Article Master and EAM also, there are different business functions are there, but you don't find those in this system. Why you don't see and how this can be activated? That I'll tell you in the next session. We will discuss on that one. But okay, so these are the business functions. This will help you to actually install or enable your MDG out-of-box content first, right? So in this diagram, it shows that whatever we discussed, right? So these are the MDG related business functions, okay? And this is consolidation related business functions. This is just for your visualization or a knowledge purpose, but this will be done by basis in any SAP projects. We are not responsible for activating this, but you wanted to just know, right? So usually what happens when you look at, okay, SAP released some latest features, and those features are part of some business function, okay? And you can, if at all you wanted to make use, you need to request your basis that ask them to activate the business function. They will activate, and after that you can configure whatever the features are there comes as part of that particular business function. Then you can configure as per your business needs.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of SAP MDG 9.2? Option A, offline data synchronization. Option B, real-time business intelligence. Option C, centralized governance and control. Option D, automated product configuration. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So what we started with this MDG basics in the last session. So we basically discussed about what are the different components are there in MDG. That is basically in any SAP system. Okay, so assume that this is your SAP system, and we can actually this is a ERP layer. If it is a ERP layer, right? On top of that one, you can activate MDG related business functions, and then if at all we wanted to use the consolidation related processes, there's a separate business functions that we will be activating consolidation, which you can use consolidation as well as the DQM features of MDG. So data quality management. Okay. So now coming back to MDG, how we can actually activate, let's say, for example, this is my MDG system, right? So basically, like how I can activate MDG in any SAP system. So that is basically the prerequisite is you should require an ERP system. So on top of ERP, you can activate. There are different. Usually, you will activate these any kind of components using something called business functions. Business functions. Okay, so these business functions will be activated by basis. So once they activate these business functions, let's say it's not only MDG. If at all you wanted to install like a CRM or SRM or else whatever IS retail. Okay, so whatever anything other than the core is your ERP. On top of ERP, if at all you wanted to install any of these kind of components, so then those SAP will be delivered basically via business functions. So basis will activate something called business functions in the system. So once these business functions are activated, that means your that particular component is installed in that particular system, right? So similar to that, for MDG also SAP provided some business functions, and for consolidation there is one of the component in MDG is a consolidation. So that actually as an optional component, if at all you wanted to use the consolidation features, so you will be having a separate business functions, okay, that will activate both DQM as well as consolidation. Now in the system, right, let's say for example, this is your SAP ERP system. Now, if at all I wanted to activate or install MDG related component, so you need to log in into the T code is SFW5. SFW5 is a T code. So here what happens is you can see all the different type of business functions over here in this one. Some of them are active status. You can see this particular one, which actually shows with a bulb symbol. Some of them are like, this is a active one. You can see with the bulb symbol. Some of them are inactive status, right? So in this one for MDG also, there is some separate business functions are available. So that you can actually search with, basically if you can actually Control F, and if you search with MDG, okay, so you can see here there are some business functions which are related to consolidation processes. What is this consolidation? That we will discuss actually separate, okay? But this is also one of the add-on component in MDG. So these are already activated. So you need to see, basically there are some business functions specific to customer, material master, supplier master, okay? So once you activate these functions, then you can start using the whatever the consolidation features are there that MDG offers. Those features you can actually start configuring in the system. Now, before this, if you go, there is some MDG. I go little up. Similar to this, there are some business functions. MDG business functions will be up. Let me just switch. Yeah. So you can see some business functions that are specific to MDG as well. Okay. So there are some business functions little okay. So you can see here there are some business functions with MDG BUPA. BUPA means business partner, right? So all the business partner related MDG functionalities are available under this particular business functions. Similarly, for customer master, so you see there are some business functions. Similarly, supplier master, there are some business functions. And likewise, you can see related to material master, finance related business functions, and there are something called foundation. So if at all, what is this foundation, and what are these other supplier finance and all these things, right? So basically these business functions, whatever the business functions that we are talking, so first thing is this will be activated by basis, whether you are on HANA S4 HANA system or you are on ERP system. So these business functions has to be activated. Okay. Now, so these business functions. So coming back to that, Jaswin, your question earlier in ER, if you are on ECC, SAP ECC, if you are on SAP ECC, that is not an HANA system. So there, actually, if at all you wanted to activate MDG related functionalities, so there is a separate license you have to take it from SAP, right? It won't come with the default as part of your ECC license. ECC license will give you the normal ERP thing. On top of that one, whatever the additional components that you wanted to install, like MDG is one of the add-on component if at all you wanted to install. So then you need to take it as a separate license if you're on ECC. But of course, even once you take that license, then also you need to activate these business functions to start consuming this particular MDG features. This is one thing. And if you go to SAP like a S4 HANA system, on S4 HANA system, the license of your MDG is by default included as part of this S4 HANA itself. you no need to take it as a separate license. But still here also, to start using your MDG functionality, you need to activate the same business functions. So business functions is common that you need to activate whether you are on ECC version or you are on S4 version. So what is the difference between both is, in a ECC version, you have to take it as separate license, but in S4, it by default, it includes as part of your S4 license. This is a T code actually, whether you are in S4 system or you are an ECC system. If you enter this T code, SFW5 is the T code, it will take you to this particular screen. Okay, so this screen is common. So the transaction code to access this particular thing is SFW5. And once you enter SFW5, on this particular screen, you can search with this MDG. So you can find all the MDG related business functions. As an MDG consultant, this is for a knowledge purpose for us. Okay, but this activation of this one, so basically basis will select all these things and they click on this activate button, right? So that activity, that the responsibility, the authorization will be with basis folks only. Yeah, but why I'm explaining this one is, currently today you are in some, let's see, this system is 2022. This is the latest version, whatever the system that we are currently using, that is the latest version of your MDG, right? So this is a 2022. 2023 is not yet released. Okay, so now in this one, if you look at these numbers, the sequence, right? So what happens is, with every release, like SAP MDG started with MDG 5 or 4.0 onwards, right? Today the latest version is MDG 9.2. Now what happens, you see here, from the older release, till today, whenever SAP, on every year, whenever SAP releases a new functionalities, then they will actually package it under one new business function. So that's why you can see it evolved from starting from foundation. Okay, you can see foundation is the first one. And after that, in the next release, SAP release foundation 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 13. That means in every year, SAP keep on releasing some new functionalities this particular foundation, whatever you see, that is a delta changes. Only the delta changes will be under this particular business function. So this is a GUI based T codes, not the Fury one. Okay, it's a GUI based one. Okay, so now why we have all these numbers? Do I need to activate all these numbers, or I need to take it the latest one? No, you need to activate each and everything. Like, I mean, of course, basis will select everything and click on activate. In a sequential manner, all these functions will get activated with every release. Let's say, for example, in 2023. So in your organization, if your organization business decided or the team decided to go for a latest upgrade of your S4 system, then what they will upgrade to 2023. So the overall, as a system, your system got upgraded to 2023, but in 2023, SAP released multiple new features. In MDG as well, they released something. In SRM, CRM, likewise in everything, they might come up with some latest features, right? So those things for MDG, they will release it MDG underscore foundation underscore 14, right? Now 14 will be, by default, it will be deactivated. When your basis upgraded from 2020 to 2023, you will see, once you go to this transaction, you will see there is a new business function 14 will be available over here in an inactive mode. Now it's up to you. You need to look at what are the business features that SAP included on 14 thing. And if you think that those are useful for you, you can actually ask your basis that, hey, anyway, you are going for 2023 upgrade. So let's add my MDG, activate my MDG related business functionalities as well, business functions as well. Then what they will do, first they will activate this in your dev box or a sandbox. Then you need to test it, all the features, and if there is no impact, from every team, everyone will provide their go ahead that, okay, there is no impact on my processes. Okay, and then they will start deploying that into the subsequent systems and finally in the production system. So for that one, you should actually aware of, once you should either in the SAP documentation, you can look at, okay, 2023, what is the latest business function and what are the features are included, or also you can guide, because basis they themselves, they don't activate this one, and they will activate only the foundation related. Foundation means your basic core functionalities from ERP or from ABAP application layer point of view. Your individual domain specific business functions, they don't touch it until you explicitly tell them that you activate my MDG 14 business function as well. For that one, we should aware of this one as well, so that you can come and check what is activated, what is not activated. So now coming back to this, we have found something called, okay, so you understood this sequence number, right? So this sequence number, you will see if they added any new features in material, MDG material master, those will be available under a new business function, MDG underscore material underscore 13. Similarly for supplier master customer. So every object specific functionalities, they will come up with under a new business function. Okay, so that is the importance of this particular numbering. Now these business functions basically broadly categorized into two things. All the business functions you see, one is the MDG framework related MDG framework related functionalities. Okay, so this, and other one is your application specific business functions. Application specific business functions. Okay, so whatever you see there on that one, right, MDG underscore foundation, okay, underscore X means like it's 1 2 3 up to 13 or whatever we have, right? So this is a foundation related business function. Okay, and on application side, you have the business function specific to material master, business partner, customer master, supplier master, and finance related. Okay, so these are the application specific business functions. Now foundation is the core one. You have to activate this one, which will actually include the functionalities related to your core MDG. So that means irrespective of your object specific, all the common functionalities will be added under foundation, and your object specific functionalities will be available under individual business functions. So this is how actually we can activate MDG related business functions. So how we actually broadly categorize the common functionalities as SAP includes under foundation, and apart from that, object specific business functions are already available like under material, under business partner, customer, supplier, and finance. So this is how actually you can activate the business functions. Okay, this is fine. So now we know, okay, if at all I have to say this is my MDG system, so you can actually look at those business functions. If these are active, that means this is an MDG system. That is one thing. Now, as I said, what is the, okay, you can activate these business functions in any SAP system, right? So then how I can actually, the deployment options. Deployment options means, so let's look at what are the deployment options. Deployment options. Okay, so as I said, the thing is that to start using, okay, MDG functionality, I say this is this SAP system. Okay, whatever you see, this is my MDG system, right? So in this case, so what is a prerequisite? Basically, the prerequisite is you need an SAP box with ERP layer, and on you also need to have ABAP as a stack, ABAP stack, right? So once you have ERP layer and ABAP stack on this particular SAP system, you can activate your MDG related business functions. Okay, then you can say this is my SAP MDG system. So that's it. Now, to activate these particular business functions in any SAP system, there are two types of deployment options are there. Okay, so now let's look at one option. Okay, we call this as a hub scenario, MDG as a hub scenario. Okay, so that hub means, so let's take for example, your business is already running in one SAP system. Okay, so there is an SAP system one where you are running all your business. Okay, this we usually this call as our transactional system or operational system, where all your goods move, or where your sales orders are happening, or purchasing orders, or goods movements, all your finance invoices and everything. So all the transactional activities are already happening in this particular one SAP system. Okay, you might also have another SAP system. Maybe you are using this for your SRM or CRM processes. Likewise, you also have some non-SAP system. non-SAP system. So this is a typical landscape that you have in your organization. 3 separate systems. Okay, 2 are SAP and 1 is non-SAP system. Now, as a hub scenario, what we can do is basically take a fresh SAP system. Okay, fresh SAP ERP system. Okay, so this is your SAP ERP system. Okay, so this is a brand new system. On top of that one, activate your MDG related business functions. Okay, so then you can say this is your, you can use this particular system only for your master data creation, no other transactional activities, only for master data creation. That means in this particular system, you can actually create any master data. It can be your material masters or business partner or customer master, vendor master. So any master data you can create in this particular system. So you exclusively have a separate brand new system, which you will use it for your MDG processes. And once that data got created in this system, our ultimate goal is this data has to be replicated. This data has to be pushed, or it has to be made available in your this transactional system. Then only this data can be used in your transactional activities. So that means as soon as the data gets created in this system, we can set up something called replication, data replication, to all the configured target systems. So you can replicate to the system your MM or BP. So here you can replicate only customer master. Here you can replicate all your finance. So as per your configuration, whatever this target system needs the master data, those master data you can replicate it. You can configure the replication as per your business needs. So in this one, what we are doing is we are not at all touching the existing processes or system, okay, transactional activities, okay. Only we are taking a brand new SAP system, and you create all the master data in this particular system. Don't create any master data in the respective transactional systems. Any change that you wanted to do, everything you do it. So this we call it as your single source of truth. Single source of truth. That means this system you are using for your master data creation or change process, and replicate this data to your target systems on real-time basis. Okay, so this kind of approach we call it as a hub scenario. MDG as a hub. So MDG is now your centralized master data creation system, and replicate the data to all the target systems. Okay, so this system, this approach we call it as a MDG as a hub scenario. Here to this particular non-SAP system, right? So basically this we will be discussing during your data replication part. See, our whole course we are discussing in this particular box, how we are creating the master data, how we can govern the master data and everything. After that, the next one topic we have exclusively for how we can actually integrate your MDG system with all target systems, right? So that is, it can be either SAP system, non-SAP system. There we will discuss these connections and everything. So we will be discussing about certification questions, and then we towards end of the course we will have a couple of sessions only on the certification discussions and everything. So we have some sample papers and we can discuss those. But whatever each and every session or each and every topic that we are discussing, that is from your certification, as well as it will be useful in your project. Day to day in any MDG project, we will be using all these things. You are part of data migration, right? So let's say, for example, this is an already existing systems, right? After that, when you introduce the brand new SAP system, so what we do, first, whatever the data is already available in the respective systems, right? Master data, you collect the data and we load it. So that is your, before your go live, you will perform the data migration activity, and first ensure that from the master data point of view, both are your source and target are in sync. After that, any new master data that gets created, that will happen from your MDG point of view. That's a one-time activity we need to perform that, Ramkrishna. It's not only in here, let's say you are in any SAP projects and anywhere, not only in SAP, right? So see, let's take this example. This is your SAP 1 and this is an SAP 2 system, okay? So which are already there, already available. Data is also there. Now we created a brand new MDG system here. Initially, you already have 1 million of records here, 1 million of records over here. Okay. So the first thing is first I need to load these before my go live. I need to load these 1 million of records into this particular system. That how do I load the data, that we will be discussing during our data migration activities. You can actually sync from here to here, or you can take an offline copy. But as part of your initial migration, our thing is first I wanted to load all the data so that all my 3 systems are in sync. Then once this is done, next time onwards, any new data that a business is going to create or any existing data they're going to update, that will happen. Users will log in into MDG system and they can do all the changes, and the data will be keep on syncing with your respective transactions. In data migration, you need to do a cleansing, and you need to do a transformation. All that sort of we have to do it and then load it into the system. No, that is up to us whether we wanted to. I can temporarily disable this replication, so that just it will only load the data. Because why I need to again replicate? It's already there in the target systems, right? I just need to load the data, and once the data got loaded, next time onwards, I can for any new changes, once I commence that okay, data migration is completed, and let's enable the channel. Then we can actually remove these filters, and you can actually start replicating the data. So these are all our part of your data replication and data migration activities. So what the point I'm trying to highlight here is we are talking about MDG as a hub scenario. In MDG hub scenario, we don't touch the existing transactional systems. Instead of that one, let's take a brand new system and configure as per your master data governance, business requirements and everything. And this is just your implementation part, right? And after that, you complete your data migration and then start replicating the data to the all the target systems. Is MDG as a hub scenario. Now, you set up this particular MDG system. You don't have any data. So then what is your activity as part of data migration? What you do? Just forget about MDG. You introduce one brand new system. You wanted to load that data into the system. Yes. So that means this data you need to load into this system, right? The data is accurate, and they wanted to keep the same data as is. Okay. So then I will load the data as is without doing any changes. In some cases, if it is a non-SAP system, right? Yeah. In that case, it might not be in your required format. You need to do the cleansing, you need to do the transformation. So, and this is just right to left, okay, for your initial migration. Everything is done. Now, all these systems are in sync. Then the data will flow from left to right. Right, here to here. So this is a hub scenario. Now coming back to what is the other option that we have. Okay, so we call it as the other option as a MDG as a co-deployment scenario. Co-deployment scenario, MDG as a co-deployment. Okay, in co-deployment, basically what we do is, as we know, so already this system is there, SAP 1, SAP 2, okay, systems are already there. Instead of introducing a brand new system, my business wants to they don't want to afford any new system, okay, and because we know what is the prerequisite to activate your MDG, so you should have an ERP layer, that's it. So in your transactional systems also, ERP layer is already there by default. You can also activate your MDG business functions in the same system. MDG business function in the same system. Okay. Here itself, you can go to SFW5 and activate the business function. So you can use this MDG as a master data system as well. So that means here, the reason we are calling is a co-deployment. That means your transactional activities as well as master data creation, master data, both are coexist in the same system. In an earlier case, both are running in a two separate system. Transactional activities are running on this your right hand side. MDG master data processes are running on the left hand side. But in this case, co-deployment, you don't have any brand new system. You use either of these two, whatever SAP 1 and SAP 2 are there. So either activate your MDG function in either of these two systems. Okay, that's fine. I activated in my SAP 1. Here I activated my MDG business functions. So users can log into this system and create all the master data. At the same time, the transactional activities also will perform on the same system. And if at all you wanted, this data has to be available for another transactional system also, then you can actually replicate the data from here to here. So this we call it as a co-deployment scenario. Both are coexist in the same system. Yeah, so what happens is usually we will actually lock down the transactions in the respective systems. Okay, not only in co-deployment, in any environment. Let me give you another picture. Okay, so if you look at this, I'm talking about the hub scenario. Okay, here also you have your ERP layer, and here also you have your ERP layer. So there is no MDG, it's a ERP. ERP, you have your ERP layer. Okay. Here you have ERP, on top of that one MDG as well. Okay. So since all these three are ERP systems, you can actually, users can create or change the data using by respect to transaction codes like MM01, MM02, XK01, XD01, so BPT code. So all these are your master data creation or change T codes only, all these things. So you also have the same thing over here as well. And here as well, you have MM01 and everything. Okay. Now, wherever you see ERP layer, so you will have access. So usually what happens is basis or the security team, they will, as soon as you activate your MDG, okay, so it's a highly recommended that we will ask the security team to lock down or all these transaction codes, remove the authorizations from all the users from all these respective transaction codes. At max, you can have the displayed access, okay, not for any change or something. And now onwards, any users that are, they have to log into MDG layer, and they need to use MDG UIs to create, change your master data. So that means you can see here. So this is the MDG homepage, like you have a material governance homepage is there. Okay, so this is via MDG we can create a master data. Okay, so similarly you have for customer governance is there. So likewise, the respective master data governance home pages are already available. From the home page, you can perform multiple activities. You can search materials, you can create materials, you can change the materials, you can mark for delete. You can also, there is a section, this is for your mass processing. The respective, here you see you can perform bulk operations on the master data. There are some where you can see the workflow inboxes, where user can approve the request or they can trace the request, and also there are multiple things are there from this governance homepage. So here the point is, as soon as once you activate your MDG, it's highly recommended that to lock down all your respective transaction codes, which will modify your master data or which will create your master data, and always have the data get it created via your MDG processes only. So in ERPC, you can create a single data, or there is no, I mean, there are very limited or restricted UIs are there where you can perform the bulk operations. It's not only about, you don't have a governance process in your ERP. Basically, that's why we are actually going with MDG. If at all you have everything, why we need MDG? So in ERP layer, if you are creating, if you are creating material using MM01, there is no workflow, okay, and there is no review or approve process. There is no the way how you can actually replicate the data. There is no replication. So all whatever you see the MDG features, those are not all are available on your ERP layer. That's the reason we are going with MDG. MDG offers all those features. So see, MDG will create a master data. Master data will get saved in your master data respective tables. It's not a common tables, right? Your transactional activities are happening in a though it's the same system, all the processes are different. There is no overlap on each other. Existing anyway, even in hub scenario also, you need to load the data from here to here, right? So just now we discussed, if at all you are going for an hub scenario, you need to load the data from here to here. Now, if I'm in a hub scenario, if I'm in a co-deployment scenario, then the advantage that you get is no need of any data migration. Data is already available here itself. So in a co-deployment scenario, once I activate MDG functionalities, if I go to my search application, okay, and if I search for some material via MDG application, it will show me the result. It will show me definitely the result. MDG also accesses your data from your underlying ERP tables only. This is your ERP transactional system. you already have set of tables for your, assume that this is for your Mara table. I'm just taking example of Mara and Marcy, plant and material related tables. Now, I activated MDG. Okay. When I activated MDG, system will create here something called staging tables. Staging tables, whether it's a co-deployment or how these tables will get created in MDG. Okay. Now let's take one scenario. I wanted to create a new material in this scenario. This is the co-deployment. Okay. In co-deployment scenario, now I wanted to create a brand new material. What happens? User will log into MDG system. He will open that MDG UI, whatever I showed you here. Okay. Let's say, for example, I wanted to create a material. So user will log into and he'll click on this create material. He will enter all the data and then he will click the submit button. Then what happens initially? This data will get stored into your staging table. Okay. Now on this record, it will go for a approval process, like you have like a requester, then it will go for a manager. It can go for steward, and finally there is something called activation. So what happens at the final step, when the activation process gets initiated at the final step, this record, whatever the record is there, this record will move to your underlying application specific tables. Okay. So you will see the record in 100, material number 100 in this particular system, right? So this is fine. I'm not touching this 100 record. There is an already 50 record number, material number 50 is already there in this table.
Yeah.
Okay. Before my activation of my MDG business functions itself or functionality itself. So this is the old legacy material number 50. Now user can log into the same again MDG. He can click on search material button. Okay. So he can actually search with that material number. Let's say, for example, this is a, he will search, he will enter the material number or whatever the criteria. He'll search the material. And once the material number, once he finds this material number, he will click the display button. It will show you all the material, that 64 material data. Okay. So let me show you. Okay. Now it shows all the other attributes, all the data. Now he wants to change some description of this material. What he will do? He'll click on edit button. Okay. So he'll click on edit button. Okay. Someone is actually modifying this one. That's fine. Once he click on edit button, so these attributes will be in editable mode. Then what happens when you get into an edit mode? That means the 50 record get loaded into your staging table. User will do all the changes over here. He will again submit this request. So whatever with the latest changes, you will see the 50 record here in your staging table only. And once it reaches to in the workflow, the final activation step, the latest updates for the same material again will get loaded back to your application table. So as a whole, whether you are installing like or activating your MDG on existing system, or it's a brand new system, or hub scenario or co-deployment, this is the process that runs. So in this case, I don't care whether I have a transactional tables or transactional processor happening in my system or not. It runs the same in your hub as well as co-deployment also. So we are not using any of your transactional related tables. That we set up, how business provides the requirement to me accordingly. That's a fully configurable. That is what the governance process. We will discuss that further. But in the backend, how it works, right? From co-deployment and hub scenario point of view, there is no change. If it is a co-deployment hub scenario, what happens after activation? The data will be replicated to your target system. That is an additional thing that will happen. Okay. So this is your MDG. This is your transactional system. That's it. So you have a brand new system. Co-deployment means you have only two systems, whatever you have. In this system itself, you activate your MDG functionality. That's it. This is the co-deployment. So one is co-deployment, the other one is hub scenario. We discussed the data migration activity. So you are talking about 100 records here or here. I understood your question. So let's say, for example, you created a record here, material number 100. As soon as this data replicated to your underlying active area or your application specific tables, the data will be replicated the same from here to the respective target systems. So we need to configure data replication, DRF, data replication framework. This is a configuration that needs to be set up so that the data will be replicated from MDG to the target systems. But we will discuss it later. The existing record means this one only, right? In this table only. So we just discussed about this one only. So already there is a 50 record number is there. And if at all I wanted to edit this record system will load that record into your staging table. You will update always, you will work on your staging record. And once the final approval is done, that changes will be set back to your actual table. Okay, so you need to configure data replication. But with this setup, we cannot call it as a hub, because hub means, the definition of hub means you will use that system only for master data creation. Co-deployment means we are not only using this system for master data creation, we are also using it for my transactional activities. Here the transactional activities are happening already. Yeah, there is no transactions. It will be, this system will be exclusively used for master data creation. Same system I'm dividing here just to you see wherever going forward when I'm discussing, right? MDG system I always represent with this one. This is my MDG system. This entire thing is my MDG system only, where I have my ERP layer. On top of that one, I have my MDG functionalities. So this whole thing is my MDG system. When I'm representing my target system, I'll just say this is my ERP system, ERP1. This is my ERP2. So it's not a system, separate system. In case of co-deployment, how I'm representing is, this is my transactional 1 system and this is my transactional 2 system. So this is already having, I already have ERP layer. Okay. On top of this one, I'm activating my MDG. Okay. So this is my MDG layer. It's a single system only, but where my master data creation happens here, all the sales related and all the transactional activities are also happening in the same system. Not a transactional system. This is not a transactional system. This is my transactional system. ERP layer is there. That doesn't mean wherever you have ERP layer, you will use it for sales transactional activities. ERP means basically your core SAP, the normal core thing, basic framework. Okay. That doesn't mean that you have to create a sales order or purchase order. That means here, if at all I have to tell one more in a layman language, I don't create any sales orders, purchase orders in this system. I will only create a materials, and this system will store only my material master data or customer master data, business partner data only. In this particular system, I will create a sales orders, I'll create purchase orders, all transactional activities will happen. Also, I can create materials, business partners, customers, vendors, everything I can create in this particular system. That's why co-deployment, both transactional activities, master data, maintenance, both will happen in the same system. Why I will create so this system, this ERP is same as like the other 2 systems only. Sometimes it's a copy of the same thing also, but I don't use it for my transactional purpose. If at all, though I have a provision to create a sales order, purchase orders, I don't create it. I will create the sales order, purchase order in this system.
The transaction. Okay.
So ERP means it's not only from the transactional point of view. Your BP, master data configuration is also part of your ERP only.
All right. Let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following data domains is supported by SAP MDG 9.2 out of the box? Option A, customer, vendor, material. Option B, sales, finance, human resources. Option C, inventory, production, logistics. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So basically, we are discussing about how we can actually deploy or enable MDG add-on in any SAP system, right? So there are two options that we discussed. One is hub versus the other one is co-deployment. Co-deployment. Okay. So what is hub? Basically, you already have all the transactional systems which are running transactional systems. It can be either SAP or non-SAP systems. But instead of activating your MDG component on the existing transactional SAP systems, let's take a separate brand new SAP system. Okay. And on top of that one, activate MDG related business functions. So, and you will use this particular system only for master data creation, nothing else. So this kind of setup, we call it as a hub scenario. That means you can use this particular system for your master data creation and replicate the data to all the required target systems. Either it can be SAP or non-SAP systems. So in this case, we are introducing a brand new system, and we will be using this system only for master data creation, no other purpose. So this is hub scenario, okay? And the co-deployment scenario, so you already have transactional systems, transactional 1 and transactional 2. So there are already transaction systems are already there, just like in a previous case. But instead of taking a brand new system, so you can also activate your MDG component on any of the existing SAP systems. So I can use this particular system. I can choose this system and activate my MDG component on this particular system, right? So in this case, what happens? Your master data creation MDG as well as your transactional system, both are coexist in the same SAP box. So that's why we call this as a co-deployment scenario. Your both are coexist in the same system. Now, if at all you need the data to this particular transactional 2 system, then you can configure a replication from your MDG transactional 1 to that other transactional 2 system. So this is a co-deployment scenario. So we discussed about these two options yesterday. Now let's look at for a client, right? So what we suggest. So what is the recommended approach and what are the pros and cons in each of these approaches? Okay. So first, let's take in this particular system, if you're going with a co-deployment system, so first thing is there is no additional cost involved. That means there is no separate SAP box is required, and the maintenance and everything for the system is also not required because you are using just one of the existing system itself, right? So in this case, it will be like no additional cost. No additional cost, right? So in this case, on hub scenario, because you are introducing a new SAP system, so this requires some from the cost point of view also. So it has some impact, right? So it's an additional cost for the business. Additional cost. Okay, so this is one thing. And second point here, so usually, if you look at any MDG or any normal SAP system, right? So there are something called we call it as a configuration data or reference master data. So does anyone aware of what is a reference master data or config data? Some examples. Something similar sort. Let's say, for example, I'll show you in the system. When you are creating, let's take for example, when you are creating a material. So when you are creating material, what are the information that you input in general? Yeah, name any few attributes. So those data we call it as a reference master data. So which means, let's say for example, you are creating a material. So you need to choose something called material type, then material group. Okay, unit of measure, country, okay, currency keys,
Yes,
okay,
currency.
your sales organizations, then your, for example, purchasing organizations or your storage locations. Okay, so all this data, right? So this is the data. You cannot enter whatever you want. First, you need to set up this data in the system. Material types first you need to configure in the system. Material groups also you have to configure. Unit of measures, basically we need to load all the unit of measures into the system. Countries, all the possible countries we need to load into the system, right? So all this is like a kind of, this is also one master data. On
So
the
if
screen, right, I'm going to create a material. So it's either from MDG or it's from your normal MM01 or any transaction. So it's the same thing when you're creating any materials. So let me show you here. So you are entering into this material creation screen. Okay, that's when I'll show you here someone. Okay, so this is a normal traditional way of creating materials. Okay, so you choose this material type. Let's say, for example, I'm choosing spare parts. Okay, material type is something like I have to choose one of the available option. Then again, when I go to this particular basic data, okay, so you see here there is a unit of measure is there. So unit of measure also I cannot enter whatever I want. I need to choose the one of the valid unit of measure. So, and then your material groups. Okay, so all this data, authorization groups, so all this data, there are some free text is there. Some of them you have to choose it from the available options. That means this data, like your material group or unit of measure, material type, right? So those data first you will be setting up in SPRO, right? So in the SAP system, you go to SPRO and there you create a material types, material groups, unit of measures, country, all that configuration you maintain over there, right? So this data, we are actually, our intention is our aim is to create a material. But when I'm creating a material, I need to provide all these details for my material. What is the unit of measure that I need to use for this particular material, right? Or material group. So that means this, we call it as this is also kind of master data only, but this will help you to create your master data. So in this case, we call this kind of data as a config data, or else reference master data. It's a reference data. Okay, reference master data. From the standard, by default, all the out-of-box material types, material groups will be available from SAP. But if at all you have to create your own custom material types or material groups, you need to do the configuration. So that will be done by the MM consultant. Our idea is I wanted to create a material. But when I'm creating this material, I will refer all this data. So this data has to be available in the system for me. Then only I can create a data in my, I can create the materials. From material master point of view, if you are working on material master, all this configuration will be done by MM consultant, MM functional consultant. This is not in scope of ABAP developers. So this data, these material types and material groups will be created by MM consultant. If there are new material types or new material groups, if there is any purchase orders or purchasing organizations or any storage locations, all this is part of your MM material master MM module, right? So MM consultant is responsible for this one. Similarly, for customer account groups or vendor account groups or your sales organizations or your purchasing organizations, company codes. So this will be created by your SD consultant, right? So there will be like MM and SD consultants has to do that configuration before you actually create your master data, right? Now, what I'm trying to say here is, so this data this data is required for us to create a material. Okay, for the business people, for the business to create a material, first material types, material groups has to be defined in the system. So when you get a fresh MDG box, you will find all the standard out-of-box material types, material groups, unit of measures, countries, everything. Apart from that, if you see some as part of your functional configurations, if at all you think that there is, instead of using the standard material type, I wanted to create a custom material type. So then you can create a function. Consultant will create a function custom material type, and that material type you will be using when you are creating a material using your MDG or using your MM01 or anywhere. Just don't think that in MDG everything is it's a completely new. MDG is a one module, just like how you have your MMSD and everything. In SAP, if at all I have to tell you the basics of SAP, if you have worked on any SAP projects, in SAP we will be having what are the roles. There will be a functional consultant. In SAP, you will have a functional consultant. You will have an ABAPer. You will have a security team. You will have a basis team. You will have archiving team. Okay, there will be some BW team. So all these are the different roles and responsibilities. Functional consultant will do all the configurations. ABAPer will do all the programs or enhancements or anything. I don't know what is the confusion here. With respect to MDG, I can tell you what MDG technical consultant will do, what MDG functional consultant will do, right? So we are discussing about where I think we are completely deviating from that one. Okay, let me come back to that. Okay, so you got this point, right? So in general, if at all I have to create a material, so there will be some kind of reference mark, the other data, whatever you see, unit of measures, or else you see the material groups, material types. So there are many things are there. Okay, so it's not only it's not like everything is a free text. Few attributes are there. It's a free text, but few attributes I cannot create enter as I want. Right? I need to choose some of the available values. From where these values are coming? These are coming from the SP. This has to be already created in the system. Who will create all these configurations? All these configurations will be done by either MM consultant or SD consultant or FI consultant. So the respective functional consultant will do their own configurations. And after that, once those configurations are done, then I can come and create. I can use the data, the config data that got created by the in the system, which is already available. I will use it for my material creation. So that way we call this kind of data as a reference master data. Okay, so we call this data as a reference master data. And reference master data, our aim is to create your master data, actual master data. That means materials, customers, vendors. But while creating my actual master data, I will also use like the reference master data, right? Now here the point why I brought this particular point here is, now look at your co-deployments. So let me draw one more picture here for everyone understanding. So this is your SAP system, right? This is my MDG layer or MDG add-on. Here I already have my ERP. Okay, so these are my actual application specific tables like MARA, MARC, KNA1, KNB1, all the tables. Okay, now you also have your SPRO configuration. So the reason I'm highlighting, this is part of your existing ERP. Our scope is not to discuss how to create a material type or how to create a material group, that one. So that's why the roles and responsibilities are very clear. Whatever we are doing here, this will be done by the respective functional consultants. Okay, so in this example, here for the what are the SPRO configurations that will be done? For example, I'm just highlighting here material types, material group. Okay, or if you take a country, okay, customer account groups, okay, or else we have the sales organizations, purchasing organizations, company code, plant. So all this is the config data that will be created over here in SPRO by the respective functional consultants. Now, if I create a material using MM01 here, right, then also I will use this reference master data config data created here. Or else if I create a material using MDG UI, this time also it will go and look into the same configuration. This is the reason I'm clearly saying that to install your MDG add-on component, ERP is a mandatory one. So you create once your configuration, you create a plant in SPRO, and that plant you can use it while creating your material using MM01 or via MDG UI. It refers the same configuration, same SPRO configuration. There is no separate configuration that we need to create from this reference master data point of view for MDG. Okay, so in this case, in our example, let's say for example, in case of co-deployment scenario, in case of co-deployment scenario, in case of co-deployment scenario, what happens is already this particular portion is already available because we already having this transactional system, right? So this configuration, all the required plans and everything is already available. Now on top of this one, I'm activating my MDG. So I no need to set up this configuration separately. What my MDG always look into the underlying ERP layer and all the configuration is already done. So I'm good. I can actually from the reference master data configuration point of view, my MDG component will always use the underlying ERP, but in case of co-deployment, this setup is already there, all the plans, all the configurations, everything is already available over here. So then I can actually no need to do any separate configurations from this reference master data point of view. Even in future, today I have 100 plants in my organization. Tomorrow we are introducing one more plant. So that the new plant will be done by the consultant in SPRO. Then automatically I can start use that plant in my material creation or anywhere in my master data creation as well. So there is no additional effort over here. The only thing is that, let's say for example, you have one more transactional system over here, right? For example, if you're introducing a new plant, that same plant has to be also introduced here as well, 100 plus 1. Okay, so that means the same configuration, both systems should have the same configuration, right? So, but from the MDG system point of view, there is no additional configuration that you need to do. But if you look at your hub scenario, right? So what is a hub scenario? So this is your brand new MDG system. Okay, so this is my transactional system. In my transactional system, I have my ERP. This is ERP1. This is another transactional system, ERP2. Okay, so there are two systems are there. Now, as we discussed, right, the consultant will do the configuration here or here, right, in the SPRO. If there is any new plants or any new purchasing organizations or new company codes are there, so all the required SPRO configuration will be taken care by consultant here and here, right? Now, because we are also introducing your MDG as a brand new system, now there is a third system is also available. So the same consultant also has to do repeat the same SPRO configuration here. Either they have to do it manually, repeat in all the three systems, or there are some ways how you can actually synchronize this particular entire process. Okay, so ultimately here the point is, in case of hub scenario, you need to ensure that whatever the configurations that are created in your ERPs, right, the same configuration has to be replicated in your MDG box as well. Why? Because you have 101 plants over here, but if you have only 100 plant, then the 101 plant you cannot use this 101 plant for your material extensions or when you are creating a material, because the configuration does not available over here, right? So whatever is there in these systems, it has to be available over here as well. So that means the second point here, what I'm trying to highlight is no additional additional configuration required here, right? Because that is already available in your underlying ERP itself. That will be done by the consultant. Whereas here, the config data has to be synced. Config data to be synced to MDG system. So this is an extra step. As and when if someone is introducing a new plant or new sales organization or anything, any config change, that has to be basically synced across all the systems in your landscape. Otherwise, you will get some issue, or your data post it will get failed. So something like that. Now it's up to the business, up to the design. How do you sync? Whether you use one of the system as the main system and sync the config to other two systems, or else you can also consider your MDG as a main system and sync the data to the other systems as well. But ultimately, the point, all the three systems should be in sync. So that's what I'm saying, right? In co-deployment, if you have multiple transaction systems, you have to sync it to all other transaction systems as well, even without MDG also. If you have, see, in co-deployment scenario, you already have, let's say, for example, two systems. I haven't activated MDG in any of these systems. Let's forget about for a minute about MDG. You have two SAP systems. Now you need to introduce a plant you need to create a plant. So you create in one system or two systems. There is a code in co-deployment as well, right? There is no change. Additionally, you will have MDG on top of this one. That doesn't mean that MDG is synonymous to create in other system. The thing is that here, in case of co-deployment scenario, you need to sync it to only one system in this example, right? Whether you have MDG or not, you have two operational systems, two transactional systems. There are two SAP systems are there. Now I need to sync the configuration from one SAP system to other SAP system, right? So in this case, only once you need to make an interface or you need to do it in one. Only these two has to be synced. But in case of hub scenario, you have two transactional systems, just like in the same thing, right? But additionally, we are adding one more MDG system, right? So in this case, there is an additional effort is there. So this is common. This portion is common in hub and co-deployment. But because you are also introducing a new system, so there will be one more system you need to take care of that one. So here it's only one system you have to system you have to take care. Here you need to take care about two systems. That's what I'm saying. So there will be like if you have n+1 systems has to be synced. So clear, right? This one. So the point here, what I'm trying to say, as number of, it's a very simple point. If you have two systems, you have to sync two systems. Create the configuration in one of the two systems and sync the same configuration to other system. Okay. If you have three systems, again create the configuration in one system and sync it to the other two systems. If you have four systems, then you need to sync it to three systems, right? So now in co-deployment, you have two operational systems. Only one sync is required. In hub scenario, we are adding one additional system. So there will be two syncs are required. That's what I'm trying to say. So here, the point here is, there is no additional, however your existing process is there. Existing process means you might be already setting up from transactional 1 to transactional 2, right? From MDG point of view, you no need to do any additional configurations here. But in this case, because you are adding a brand new MDG system, so from MDG, you need to sync the data to MDG as well. That's what I'm saying here. So now, both the points, basically, if you look at, right, it is in favor of your co-deployment only. It is in favor of your co-deployment only. But there is one more important point is there. So, okay. So there is one more important point is there. So let me explain that with a scenario. Let's take example of co-deployment itself. Now co-deployment means this is your ERP layer. That means nothing but this is your transactional system. And on top of that one, you have your MDG system, right? Now, currently assume that you are at MDG version 9.0. And corresponding to MDG version, the underlying EHP component, ERP or EHP, the level is, let's say, for example, EHP some 6.0. Okay. To have MDG 9.0 version, the underlying component of your ERP should be some level. So assume that in this case, so EHP 6. Now, you wanted to upgrade your MDG from 9.0 to 9.2. Why? Because in 9.2, SAP introduced some new functionalities and the business is asking for that functionality. Since the functionality is not available in 9.0, so I wanted to upgrade for 9.2 so that I can get that functionality out of box. Okay, so for this one, to upgrade to 9.2, what SAP says is that you should have this your underlying EHP level. You should upgrade this EHP also from EHP 6 to EHP 6.2. Assume that. That means you need to upgrade to 6.2, then only you can go for this upgrade. In this case, what happens is, this is my transactional system. which is already running, and I don't have any issues. But because of MDG thing, we need to upgrade your underlying EHP component. This will have impact on your existing transactional processes. Why? Because when you are going for an upgrade, if there are some custom developments are there, so you need to go for a SPOW and SPDD activities. There will be some testing required, because whether it is breaking any of my existing functionality or not. So from the transactional point of view, you need to test it thoroughly. Generally, in general, whenever SAP system is going for an upgrade, so all the respective teams will do thorough testing from end to end, right? Just to ensure that it is not impacting any of our existing business processes, right? So that means why I need to do all these activities, just because MDG is looking for a latest version. So I want because it is a prerequisite, so we need to upgrade. So this will unnecessarily creating a dependency with your underlying ERP or ERP team. So some of the business heads, they may accept this proposal or may not accept this proposal, because as an lead, why should I go for an upgrade? I'm not getting any business value for that one. So I don't want it to go for an upgrade. In fact, it will deviate my entire some testing plan or something like that, right? So it's very basically what happens here. You are tightly linked up your MDG roadmap or MDG upgrade with your underlying ERP one, because you are in a co-deployment. It is very difficult to get all the acceptance and approvals, and all the teams has to allocate some capacity for the testing and for the developments and everything, right? So all we are doing just because of MDG 9.0 to 9.2 upgrade. Okay, so this will create some basically you cannot go as you wish, like I mean, as per your needs, you cannot go for an upgrade. But let's take example of hub scenario. Okay, so this is your transactional system, which is already at EHP 6, EHP 6.0, and you have your MDG system. In MDG also, I have my ERP. Currently, this is EHP 6 only, EHP 6, and this is MDG 9.0, right? Now, to go for 9.2 upgrade, 9.0 to 9.2, I just need to upgrade the underlying component, which is 6.2, EHP 6.2. I am not touching my existing transactional system. Though my existing transactional system is at 6.0 and my MDG underlying ERP at 6.2. Just basic testing is required. We are not impacting, we are not touching your business system, right? So that means your MDG plans, your MDG upgrades can go independently without having any dependency with your transactional systems. This is the biggest advantage that you get it if you are going for a hub scenario, right? If you think about your cost and all the config things, all these are, that's fine. But the biggest advantage that you get is in future, you can always go for a latest versions or whatever, right? Without having much dependency with your transactional systems. We are not touching anything your transactional systems. This is one of the biggest advantage that you get it. You can go, this is mandatory. You will go for this 6.2 upgrade, that is fine. But what is the impact here? Okay, the team has to do the testing. Already there are business users are there who it is running a lot of transactional processes. Now they need to allocate some capacity for that one. So basically here the point is, this is your already existing thing, right? So let me give another example. Okay, you have a let's say, for example, that's fine, no problem. Let me just try to explain this one only. So already this is, what do you mean by transactional system here? Already there are some business activities are already happening over here. There are sales orders are getting created, purchasing orders are getting created, and from integration point, it is integrating with multiple systems. Okay. So fine. So this is again another biggest what is the advantage that you go with a hub scenario. Okay, and always you need to keep separate your master data and your transactional thing. Okay, why? Because there is a one more fourth point I would like to add over here. So let me draw another new picture here. So let's say, for example, again, co-deployment scenario. Co-deployment scenario. Okay. So you already have your transactional system and you have your MDG. Okay. So now this is a technically, okay. So this is one SAP system where basis has configured, let's say, for example, technically to process all the requests from different users and from different requests. So there are 100, assume that work processes are available. Work process is nothing but you log into the system, and when you do some activity in the backend, SAP will accept your request via work process. It will do it will take your request and do the corresponding activity and give you the result or response. So for that one, technically there should be one work process has to be assigned, right? So if there are no work processes, you are logging into an SAP system, and if all the work processes are busy, you cannot log in into the system. It will keep on trying to search for a work process, or it will say system will get hanged, right? So basically there should be some available work processes, and that work process will be it accepts your request and perform that activity and give you the response, right? So for that one, there are some, assume that there are 100 work processes are available, depends on this configuration. Work process means basically what happens is, let me show you. See, you do any activity in the system. Let's say, for example, I entered MM01. In the backend, system is opening that UI to me. That means in the backend, technically, what happens is system will accept your whatever the T code that you entered, and it will understand that, okay, for corresponding to this T code, it has to fetch and show you this screen, right? So that will be taken care by this system. So that will be one work process will do that activity for you and give you the output. Okay. So here, what happens is, there are, assume that because there will be limited work process. It's not like, okay, if you have an SAP system, if there are 100 users logged in at a time, okay, so then what happens, system will work fine. There will be some 1,000 users logged in, system will, you still able to log in, but you will see some slowness. If there are 1 lakh people are logged into SAP system, they cannot log in because your system resources are not it's not unlimited. It's a limited system resources, right? So those, all the 1 lakh users requests cannot be handled by your system. Why? Because you have a limited work processes or limited resources. Now what happens here, in the same transactional system, you are performing multiple activities for your transactional activities. At the same time, you are performing multiple activities from your master data point of view. That means whatever the work processes are there, these will be shared across both, right? So you definitely, without MDG, if there is no MDG component, you don't see any issue here. But with MDG, adding MDG onto your same system, what happens is, some or other time you will find some slowness. Okay, why? Because there are some times where business wants to probably perform some bulk update for 1 lakh customers or 1 lakh materials. Then they will be running the process. So some of these processes will be allocated to that master data updates, and some of the processes will be allocated for other transactional activities. So there will be a slowness you will notice. But assume that if the same thing, if I in hub scenario, right? I have two separate systems. One is MDG, other one is this one. So here I have 100, here I have 100. So for my material master updates, this is more than sufficient for me. For my transactional purposes, this is more than sufficient for me. So that means you never face any this kind of system bottleneck or from the system, technically from the system resources point of view, you never face any issue if you have two separate systems. So these are the two major points I would like to highlight, which will go in favor of your hub scenario. And most of the time, we actually recommend to go for hub, unless if business has very hard, decision that they wanted to go for a co-deployment. Otherwise, most of the businesses, 99%, all the user business always prefer to go for hub scenarios. So this is one actually example you see, right? MDG as a hub. There are two operational are nothing but transactional systems only. There are two transactional systems are available. Okay. Now, in case of hub, we are not touching those two, and there is a brand new MDG system introduced, and this particular system will replicate the data to the respective transactional systems. In case of co-deployment scenario, one of this operation system itself, you are activating MDG and you are replicating the data to the other system, other operational system. We are talking about operational systems as an example, but MDG can talk to SAP and non-SAP systems. So this is just for your visualization purpose, the difference between hub and co-deployment scenario. But don't get confused with the hub and co-deployment. It's a very simple and clear concept. Okay. So it talks about whatever the points that we discussed. If you take example of co-deployment scenario on the left-hand side, so the reference master data configuration data is already available in the same system. Your MDG component is also activated in the same system. It will always reuse or look into the same configuration. There is no additional setup is required in case of co-deployment. But if you, in case of hub scenario, your operational system is different and your master data system is different, right? So consultant will do the configurations here itself, but we also need to set up, basically tell them that they need to do the configurations in MDG box as well. So there are multiple ways out there how you can actually most of the project I have seen that people will be manually repeating the same configuration over here in this particular system also, but some other ways are also there, like you can capture these your changes in a transport and the basis can import the transport into this system so that you don't need to do that sync manually, or else there is something called in S4 HANA, I forgot that there is a tool. I'll check it and get back to you. So there is a tool where you can automatically sync that one as well. So it's a one-time setup interface that you need to do it. Then onwards, it will, whenever you do some config changes in one of the system, other system can automatically get synced with the same changes. Anything related to your or SD, that goes to the and SD consultants only. MDG consultant will do only MDG specific configurations, like your material types, material groups, customer account groups. All the configuration will be done by or SD or FI consultant. Technical folks, functional, as well as basis as well. So there's how we can actually set up that integration. So there is a tool, charm tool, right? So charm tool is also there, which will always help you to sync the data. So, okay, using that one. So here, from the consultant, he no need to do any integration. He will actually capture all his changes in a transport, right? And from the tool, you will be having a tool which will actually move the changes from one system to other system, right? Your transports. So there itself, basis will do the integration. So as soon as you create material type and capture under transport, when you are releasing this to the other system, so basis will also integrate that to your MDG system as well, so that the configuration, the transport will be deployed automatically in the system, and all the changes will automatically get reflected over there. It will be done by the respect to SD FI consultants. So in MDG, we will be doing MDG specific configurations. We will do MDG specific configurations. Whatever this functional consultant do the configuration, that will be automatically either synced or they have to do it manual. Ultimately, it's their responsibility to keep sync of both the systems. As an MDG consultant, I will do only the MDG specific configurations. So there is an MDG specific configurations are there. Okay, if you ask me, so we have some more time to get into the system. So this is my SAP system. Functional SDMM consultants will go to SPRO configuration and they will do all the changes, all the configurations over here under logistics general and everything. Okay. As an MDG consultant, I have my own MDG specific configurations. I'm responsible for that one. Okay. So that is MDG IMG. If I go to MDG IMG, so this is the configurations that a MDG consultant will do. All the configurations over here. So in this entire course, we will be discussing about these configurations. This is MDG specific configurations. ABAPer will work on programs. Okay, so then, so here it talks about the same points, whatever we discussed, like in case of hub scenario. So basically, you can see here, there will be an additional system available. TCO impact means it's the effort or additional cost for your maintaining the additional system. Customizing and reference master data has to be synchronized. Clean data approach means we are not overlapping both the transactional and master data processes. Both will run in two separate systems. So it will be a clean data approach. There is no overlap. Full form, something I need to just check, but it is a cost. TCO means it's a cost impact. Future flexibility means, as I said, if at all I have to go for an upgrade, because if I have a separate MDG box, it is easy for me to take anyone to take a decision, because we are not impacting any of the existing operational or transactional systems. Okay. In co-deployment scenario, you see MDG shares ERP schema. That means, as I said, your underlying SPRO configurations, everything will be shared by MDG, because both exist in the same system. And the release strategy both will share the same release strategy, which means, so you can install the MDG component, which will be supported by underlying your ERP component only. Okay, so both are at the same level. So now you can see a difference between the both hub and co-deployment scenarios. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the key advantage of the change request functionality in SAP MDG 9.2? Option A, improving data security. Option B, enhancing user collaboration. Option C, streamlining approval workflows. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So hub is where you have a dedicated MDG system, okay, and you will have your target systems, target 1, target 2. Okay, so these are your ERP or SAP or non-SAP systems. Okay, and this is your MDG. This is your MDG system, and you use this system only for master data creation, and you don't perform any transactional activities, anything. It's just only the master data creation. And once the data get created, so we will replicate the data to all the target systems. So this is the hub scenario. So we also discussed about the pros and cons of each of these approach. Whereas the co-deployment scenario, so what we discussed, instead of taking a brand new system, one of the existing system, we can activate MDG related functionalities, and we can use this system for master data creation plus your transactional activities as well. And if you have any additional systems in the landscape, you can also replicate the data to your other systems as well. So this we call it as a co-deployment scenario. And we discussed about pros and cons of each of these approaches. And of course, I need to upload this PPT, so I will share that today. Now, after that, so this is the architecture diagram for MDG. Okay, I'll try to simplify this one. So you take any version, like your MDG old version, right? From MDG 6 onwards, the latest version is MDG 9.2. So the architecture didn't change. It's the same architecture that we have. Only thing is that SAP added some features in MDG, or for specific master data, they added some more functionalities. That's the only thing. But from the framework side or architecture side, it remains same. So now let me simplify this particular architecture diagram. So basically, if you look at this architecture diagram, there are 3 parts. You can divide into 3 parts. This is your one part. Okay, and this is your part 2, and this is your part 3. Okay, so now this is similar to, if I go to this particular one, so this is the first part. Okay, and you have your the second part, and this is a third part. Okay, so now let's focus on your first part, that is nothing but your actual MDG system, right? So that means that we are talking about the central portion. Okay, in the central portion, if you look at this one, as I said, if at all you wanted to say this is my MDG system, so first you need to take any SAP system where that ERP is installed. ERP is actually installed. Now you can see, so this ERP means basically you have the basic functionalities like your logistics, your sales and distribution, material management. So when you say SAP ERP, this is the core functionality of your SAP, right? So that is your SD, and your warehouse management, your logistics. So all those and finance, all those functionalities are available. And again, that is from the functional point of view. And in the down, you will have that ABAP layer as well, because you need a framework or platform where you can do some programming, right? So this is the core SAP system, okay, this particular portion. So this is prerequisite. Without this, you cannot actually activate any MDG system, okay? And this is the prerequisite not only for MDG. If you take any CRM or SRM or any SAP system, so this will be there. On top of this one, you can activate any add-ons. Any add-ons means like SRM or CRM or MDG. Likewise, you can activate any add-on functionalities or add-on modules, right? So this is the core. So similarly in MDG also, so this particular portion, right, the base version is mandatory. Okay, so that's what actually you can see. So that's why every time whenever I draw an MDG system, so I will always say this is your ERP layer. Okay, ERP, which includes your ABAP stack as well. ABAP stack as well. ABAP is nothing but for your a platform where you can write the programs or anything. Okay, so this should be there. On top of this one, we are activating MDG business functions, right? So we saw in the last session how to activate MDG functionalities. So if anyone missed that session, you can just go through that. But assume that once you activate MDG related business functions, so MDG functionalities are available over here on top of your SAP system. Okay, so now here in this MDG portion, there are many subcomponents are there. You can see this picture. So there are many subcomponents are there. What are those components? Okay, so first thing is in any MDG system, when you activate MDG, right, whether MM or BP or anything, system will create something called staging tables, a bunch of staging tables. Okay, what does this staging tables? So basically, it's a tables, SAP tables where the data gets stored. Okay, similar tables you also have on your actual in ERP layer as well. Okay, so these tables, I'll say example for these tables, like the tables like your in SAP Mara, which stores your material master data, KNA1, which stores your customer master data, LFA1, which stores your vendor master data. So likewise, these are the application specific tables. Okay, but these tables will be enabled as part of your ERP. Okay, now when you activate MDG functionality, system will generate these tables. So these tables won't be there in normal system where your MDG is not there. But when MDG is there, these tables will get created. Okay. So what are these tables? We call these tables as staging tables. Staging tables. Okay. So these staging tables are nothing but basically what happens is the significance of these staging tables are. So let's say, for example, in MDG, you have an UI application where you can create, users will log into this app and they will create a material. So once they create a material, what happens? This particular data, the data that entered by user, right? So this data gets stored into this initially into this staging tables. Nothing but these are the temporary area or temporary tables. Okay. So once the data got created into this particular temporary tables, and it will go through for different workflow, approval process, and all that stuff. And once all the approvals, all the reviews, all your MDG processes, the governance processes are this record gone through those governance processes. And finally, if you approve the final approver. We call that process as an activation process. Activation process in the sense, so I wanted to set up this record in the actual system or actual application tables. That means, so that process we call it as activation process. So at that process, when at the end, when you activate this particular record, so that is the time this data will be moved from your staging table to your actual application tables. Okay, so the data gets stored into your actual application tables, like into your Mara KNA1, LFA1, these tables. Okay, now that record that got initially created into the staging tables will be removed. Okay, so why SAP introduced these staging tables? Because when a user creates a particular record in MDG, we never know that record will get approved or it can reject also. Okay, so if all that time, if I'm using the same application specific tables to store my temporary records, these records as well, without final approval, so if that record gets rejected, then it is very difficult, or we cannot actually delete the data from your ERP or these application tables. Okay, so that is the reason SAP introduced the staging table, and only the final approved records will be moved to your actual application tables, and the records which are not yet approved or rejected records will be deleted from the staging table. So that's why we call it as a staging or temporary area. Okay, so we don't have this kind of concept in your normal ERP layer. In a ERP layer, if I log into MM01 T code and if I create a material, that data directly gets stored into my application specific tables. But in MDG, SAP introduced this staging or one more level of database tables, and these tables will be used as to store your working record, okay, in progress record. Only the changes are final approved, then only the data will be moved to your actual application tables. And once this particular data that got created in actual application table, right? That means that means that the records that already created into these tables, okay? So this data will be replicated to my target systems. Okay, so that means only the final approved records will be replicated to target systems. That means this we call it as the active records. These are the active records which can be used for business transaction activities. And these records, we call it as the inactive records, which are undergoing for some changes. Right, so there is a difference. So system will store all your inactive records or in progress records here, and final approved records get stored over here, and only this data will be replicated to the target systems, which can be used for your transactional activities. Okay, now going back to our architecture diagram, if you look at this architecture diagram, SAP here they denoted with all your staging tables, bunch of staging tables with this notation. You can see how 3 boxes are there. One box for material master, one box for finance objects, one box for business partner, customer, vendor. And after that, you also see there is a box for custom objects. That means system, your MDG, let's say, for example, as we discussed earlier, so these are the standard out-of-box objects that you can actually govern using MDG processes. Okay, when you activate MDG, you can set up a minimal configuration. With minimal configuration, you can start using creating the master data for material master, BP, customer, vendor in MDG. But apart from this, as I said in the previous sessions, let's say, for example, employee master, plant master, RS, WBS element, there are any other objects which are actually not provided by standard SAP MDG solution. Your MDG framework supports that, where you can build or you can develop similar to how SAP developed these objects. You can also develop custom objects, custom masters as well in MDG. Okay, so that's the reason you can see there is a box SAP reserved for custom objects. Okay, now coming back to just remember this custom object. So in SAP, okay, today in MDG, what out-of-box objects are there? Okay, so what are those objects? Like material master, business partner, which includes customer master, and vendor or supplier master. Okay, so these are the master data that okay, and also in finance area we have something called cost center, profit center, cost element. Okay, so likewise there are few objects are there. Okay, so SAP provided all for these objects. They provided all the your backend staging tables, your UI applications, workflows, the data replication functionalities. Everything is available for these objects. That means you need to just to do minimal configuration to start using. So these are just plug and play. You need to activate the business functions, and after that do little bit of minimal configuration, and then start creating your master data, MM or BPR, customer or vendor or finance object. So there is no zero development. You no need to develop any UI applications. You no need to develop any staging areas, nothing. Okay. Now SAP also supports something called article master. And then article master is nothing but, let's say, for example, in IS retail solution, there is an IS retail solution. If we activate IS retail solution, so we call the same material, we call it as an article master in SAP. Okay, so this is an add-on component. Okay, so when you install this add-on component, so you can, here the master data, we call it as an article master. Okay, the T code to create an article is MM41. Okay, similar to your material master. MM01 is for material master, this is for article master, right? So in retail business, let's say you take Walmart, or else there are many other all days of there is something. So wherever you see this retail in the market, you have, right, like Amazon or Walmart or these kind of whoever are there, right? So they actually use this IS retail, and every master material they created as an article, right? So they also wants to govern article master while creating. So that's where they see SAP see, okay, there is a huge need of MDG solution for article master. So that's where they partnered with SAP partnered with a company called Utopia. Okay, so Utopia. Now Utopia is acquired by Prometheus. I didn't remember that name exactly, but this is a Prometheus. Now SAP partnered with Utopia initially, and they developed this particular master data. Okay, so that means all the staging tables, UI applications, everything is available. However, how you are creating an article using MM41, the same you can create using MDG UI as well. Okay, so SAP developed this one. Okay, now this object, similar to this one, there is something called in SAP PM, plant maintenance module. So SAP also the same, they partnered with Utopia, and they come up with something called EAM solution. EAM is enterprise asset management. Okay, enterprise asset management. Okay, so this is the EAM solution. What are the objects are there under EAM? Like equipment. If you install PM module, if you're working on PM module, so we create equipments. Okay, and functional locations and BOMs, bill of materials. Okay, so there are a few more objects are there. So what I'm trying to say here is, so this article master solution or EM solutions are also available as an out-of-box solution, but these are solution extensions done by Utopia, where they partnered with SAP. Now, why I'm telling all this story is how they build these solutions. They build this solution using this particular custom object framework only. Okay, so these are done by SAP, and using the custom object framework, they partnered with Utopia. They build these article master and EM solutions as well in MDG. So in the same way, we can also, right? Let's say, for example, tomorrow when you're working on with some customer, they are using material master, BP, customer vendor. Along with that one, they also say that, hey, plant creation also I wanted to govern. I know that MDG supports the custom object framework. So we wanted to implement a plant creation process as well. Usually, how do you create a plant? You log into SPRO's T code, and from SPRO configuration, you create a plant. But instead of that one, I wanted to govern that solution, right? So then, first of all, there is no out-of-box solution. So you need to build a custom solution for that one. That means you need to create the backend staging tables. You need to create the workflows. You need to create the UI applications. So everything you need to develop from scratch, right? So it's not like in every customer or whenever you're working within any project, every time it's not they don't go by custom objects. Most of the time they go with standard objects only. But sometimes out of 10 scenarios, maybe two, three implementations I have seen that where customers, as to support some of the customer requirements, we might need to create some custom objects as well. There is no out-of-box solution for employee master. Okay, so who actually implemented this? Yeah, Asian Paints only. So they actually implemented MDG. They using a material master, business partners, everything. Along with that one, they build their own custom object, employee master also. They're governing. So that's where they created using this custom object framework only. See, the thing is that what happened is SAP most commonly used MMBP customer. These are the most wherever you see SAP implementation. Okay, you will find either of these things. So that's where they come up with these are the only objects that they provided as a out-of-box solution. Okay, now after that, because for us employee master, for someone else plant master, for someone else WBS element, so they don't keep on enabling providing all these master data solution. So what they done is in one shot they created this custom object, they provided it. So the MDG framework supports custom object framework. So you can go ahead and build your own master data. You can develop your own master data using this particular custom object framework. So that's what SAP strategy in terms of any master data. Okay,
and
but
if it's
so what they do is they always focus on the framework level. Okay, so on every release they provide more functionalities, and they make it more stabilized framework for MDG. So they do all these things. They will actually invest their time, effort, everything on enhancing or your MDG framework, which all those features can be used for all these standard objects as well as your custom objects. So because that makes success factor, whoever is you implemented success factor, so then they can actually, for them it makes sense that okay, they should have employee master as well. But if you look at in SAP, at least as per my knowledge, there are other in the market, there are other leaders also there who are actually equal to this SAP HR kind of module, right? So, but in terms of ERP thing, SAP is one of the leading one. So that's why they wanted to cover more customers or more generic one, instead of limiting their thing to a specific module or something like that. That's where actually these Utopia and all these third-party partners are coming up. Okay, so there are very specific whoever actually using IS retail. For them, they need an article master. So the SAP is not spending any effort. The partners will spend effort in building these solutions, and the SAP supports. SAP certifies that this is our product. You can buy happily. If there are any issues, are there any bugs are there, so you can actually raise a ticket to SAP how we are doing for other, and SAP will take the full responsibility, right? So maybe who knows that maybe in future, if someone needs that, there are things that there are success factors also, there is a huge demand, then maybe one of the partner, the SAP can partner with someone else and they can come up with this solution. But as on today, only these are the out-of-box solutions that are available. Exactly. So you need to take a separate license, additional license to take that particular, to install those solution as well on your MDG. That's where actually, so this entire thing, right? It covers your complete staging area related one, okay, in the framework. Now after this, what are the other components are there in MDG framework? You see, there is something called workflows. In MDG, most the typical, we actually use MDG for the governance, right? So governance means where one person will create, other person will review, and some other person will further enrich the data, and someone will validate the data. So you have that review and approval process. So that's where most frequently used these workflows we will be using very frequently in MDG. Without workflows, you don't find any MDG implementation, right? So workflows will be there. We will discuss in detail different type of workflows are there. Sequential workflows are there. That means one after other it will go for the approval process. And you have parallel workflows are there. We have hybrid workflows, sequential plus parallel workflows are there. So we will discuss in detail about the workflows. Okay. Now staging area is nothing but whatever we just discussed. So this actually talks you about your staging tables only. Here it represents you will have a separate set of staging tables for each object, and in overall this concept comes under your staging area. Okay. And after that you have something called validations. So validations in the sense when I'm creating a master data, systematically I wanted to implement some, we call it as a business rules. Business rules in the sense, let me okay, so assume that this is your let's say for example material creation screen. Okay, you have all the data, user will be inputting the data over here. So when someone is entering the data over here, okay, material number will be 100 and description, and someone select the material type as FERT. Okay, and we wanted to perform some validations. Okay, business says that for all my this kind of material types, it should get extended to these 10 plants, or the external material group should not be blank, right? So all these kind of things, those kind of rules will come from business. So we call it as a business rules. Business rules. So business rules are nothing but it when you are creating your master data in the backend, we will set up some rules. So those rules will be provided by business because we don't know what is their business process, right? So they will be providing the rules. So the rules can be either validations. Validations in the sense, whatever the data that entered, right? So that data is accurate data or not. So those validations we will run it. Okay. And the other part is derivations. Derivations means as soon as I enter this particular material type, the material group should be XYZ. So user, it automatically it should get populated. So business says that for all my finished products FERT, so this is the material group. So user, as soon as he select this one, we automatically derive this value. That means, so this we call it as a derivations. Derivations are auto population, right? So in general in MDG terminology, we call it as a derivations, right? So these derivations and validations both together, we call it as a business rules. So SAP in MDG, SAP provided a framework where you can write this, set up this kind of rules. So there are, you can write the rules by configurations itself. You can also write these kind of rules using BADIS, using ABAP program as well, right? So there are two techniques are there, how we can actually implement these rules. So we will go through those rules and implementation part when we reach to that particular topic. Okay, this is what my rule business is. Now it's up to you whether you implement that rule using some configuration without writing the code, or you write some logic or ABAP program. It's up to us. No, there actually most of the time we go with configuration. We call it as the BRF business rule framework. So SAP provided application. You can actually, you can configure that one, but it has certain limitations. So depends on the rule. Okay, so some rules are simple complexity. If you ask me, it will be simple to medium complexity. In that case, you can actually implement using configurations. But there are some rules are there. Those are complex. When I say complex in the sense, first you need to read the data from some database table, apply some logic step by step, and finally, it's not a single straightforward rule, validation or derivation. You need to do some checks in some DB tables, get the data, process it, really check that one. Okay, so just give me a minute. So wherever you think that it cannot be achieved using configuration, it requires some ABAP logic. That's where we go with an ABAPer or MDG technical person. So we will see in what are the cases we can actually implement the rules using configuration versus in what cases we need to loop the MDG technical folks where they can write the rules using some ABAP program. So both we will be discussing in this particular topic. Yeah, see, actually what happens in MDG, it can be done by functional as well as it can be done by the developers. So sometimes what happens is in MDG projects, so the technical person, he himself will write the rules in using BRF also. Okay, but if the functional is more comfortable and he is okay to write the rule, then we leave it to the functional folks. If the functional is not comfortable with writing the rules using BRF, then MDG technical person can implement using BRF or ABAP. So during that time, we will discuss in detail about this one. So let me show you in the system quickly, then you will you can correlate. Okay, just give me 1 minute. I will open that MDG material creation screen. Yeah, you will get it here. So I'll just give me a minute. I'll tell you S4H underscore MDG. So now this is your MDG home pages, like material governance home page, where you can see the material creations or material search applications. You have bulk operations you can perform. You can look at all your workflows, everything. We'll go through this home page. Okay, this got divided into multiple sections. Okay, now I'm just going into material creation screen. If you go to this create material, yeah. So yeah, this is, since it's a training system, so all configurations are done. So what are the configurations we have to do when you get a fresh MDG system? That I'll explain it. Okay. Now, if you look at this particular UI, so you get this kind of home pages for material, customer, vendor, BP, likewise. Okay. So this is a search application where you can search your customers based on different parameters. Now from here itself, we can create a new customer. You see here when you click on new, and if I'm creating it as an organization, it will take me to the customer creation or BP creation screen. Okay, so now you can see this is the UI where I can add all the details. So this UIs, we have a separate topic. In detail, we will discuss about these UI applications. Now, if you look at this is how you create even your business partners in SAP using BPT code, BP transaction. Okay, so you need to choose your let's say your BP category. Let's say, for example, I selected something called grouping as some grouping, and I need to input. So the derivation part, we are discussing actually derivation part, right? So if you look at, as soon as I select BP, this grouping as 1080, okay, business says that they have requirement, or else probably as soon as I enter this particular name, right? Let's say, for example, this is HP Private Limited. Okay, so as soon as I hit enter, so there is something called search term. So for business, whatever you enter in search term, so that should be automatically get filled in the name one, whatever you are entering, that same should automatically get filled in search term. So ideally what we will do, okay, whatever I entered over here, I'll do a copy and I'll do a paste. So that means I have to do it manually. But instead of that, assume that if as soon as I enter this value and hit enter button, this value, if it gets copied into this particular one, that means it is automatically populating, right? Based on your whatever user entered in name one, that automatically gets copied into your search term. That means the manual intervention is eliminated, right? So that gives a better user experience for the user also. He will only input very minimal data, whatever the required data. Rest all the attributes, important attributes, we derive by setting up in the backend some rules. Those are nothing but the derivations, because when I'm creating this particular customer, and if the country, if I select a country as India, right, then automatically it should get extended to some maybe
currency.
Some currency, or should get defaulted, or it should get extended to some sales organization, India specific sales organizations. So those things will be there. So either we can leave it to the user to enter manually, or else we can automatic, if it is a regular activity and the same values has to be populated, we set up a rule that we call it as a derivations. Creation process. So derivation means within your master data, when you are entering one attribute, if the other attributes are getting derived based on something, if other attributes are getting defaulted, that we call it as a derivation. Whatever you are talking is, that's a copy. Copy means, if you look at this one, right, in the material governance, let me show you. So I go to the search material application. Now I wanted to first search a material which is of material type FERT. Let me, okay, so material type, let's say for example, if I go to material type FERT, I search my materials. Actually, someone did some enhancement in the backend. It is giving this dump. I need to correct this one. That's fine. Let's go to customer governance. So basically, in the search in the down, you have a copy option. So you can select your object and you can create a copy. So that is actually creation process only, creating a new object, because there you are creating a new master data. So that is about validations and derivations, but in general, we call this as a business rules. So business rules in the sense it can be either validation or it can be derivation. Okay. So, and after that, if you look at, there are some other components are the change request. So in MDG, we come across this very commonly, the change request. So we will discuss what is this change request concept, maybe in upcoming sessions. And after that, you have something called search applications are there. And there are some data quality adapters are there where you can perform, you can measure your data quality of your master data. UI applications are there. Out of box UI applications are already provided, right? Should you material creation or customer creation. So search applications, those are already available for your out of box objects. But at the same time, you can also build your custom UI for your custom masters. You can create a UI application without writing single line of code. Just following couple of steps, you can build a UI application. Okay, so we will see in this entire course, we will talk about how to create a UI applications as well. Okay, so and then also there are some analytical reports. Analytical reports means basically I am creating one material, and usually while creating that master data, you can set up SLAs, the priority basically. Okay, because you have an approval process and you cannot wait it for infinite time for getting it approved, right? So for every step, we define certain SLAs. So as a requester, I submit one request, it goes to the approver, and within approver depends on the priority, he has to complete his action, either approve or reject, right? So if they don't do that one, it should come under a report. So that's where actually you have an analytical reports. So in these analytical reports, you can generate so many reports like how many requests met SLA, how many of them are not met SLA, and what are the changes are happening on my master data for this. But okay, you can generate all sort of reports. Okay, we will discuss in detail what are these analytical reports. It will help for the your whatever the leadership to take some decisions based on these analytical reports, right? And you also have something called replication. So replication is, if you look at our architecture, the right hand side part always will talk about your replication, because uh, the right hand side part, right? Let me show you in this one itself. So you can see once that master data gets created in your MDG system, you need to replicate this data to your all target systems. Because these are the right hand side, what are the systems you are seeing, right? Those are your actual transactional, where you will be creating sales orders, purchase orders, goods movement documents, invoices. So you can create a lot of transactional activities will be performing. For this one, you need the master data, right? So that's where it only useful when you replicate the data to your target systems, right? So SAP MDG also come up with a framework within MDG where you can actually configure your replication with the different target systems, right? What data I wanted to replicate. Basically, you can apply some filters. I wanted to replicate material with only these plants to this particular system. Likewise, you can also apply some filters as well, right? So that's where actually replication framework within MDG supports all sort of your data replication needs. Okay, and key value mapping is also part of your replication. We will talk about what is this key and value map. So if you look at a typical MDG diagram, okay, so in the center you have your MDG box. Okay, this is your target system. where you replicate the data. Once the data got created, you replicate to this target system. Now, at the same time, you can also, your MDG also can receive the data from some different source systems. These source systems can be either SAP system or it can be non-SAP system as well. Okay, that means the master data gets created in these systems and the data will be replicated to your MDG, right? So once you receive the data within MDG, whatever the data that got created from the source systems, right? So you further enrich the data by adding your plant informations or sales informations or everything. And you derive, so all these records will go through your workflows, your the valid business rules, the validations, everything, right? And that final record that got approved, that will again replicate back to your target system. This is how your typical MDG framework look like. So you see here, source systems are there, target systems are there. That means your MDG will receive the data from source systems, and after that your MDG can replicate the data. So this both inbound and outbound entire configurations, okay, right? So we discussed something called DRF, Data Replication Framework topic is there in our MDG. So there we will be discussing in detail about this configurations, all the features, functionalities, everything. Yeah, it's up to you. So you can see the same S1 is also there. You can also have S1 as well, right? So you can also replicate. It can be the same source system as well. I'm just giving very high level introduction about each of these topics, but every topic that we are discussing, all these boxes are a separate chapter for us in this course. I'm just giving what is this workflow, staging, validations, and replication, all those things. Okay. Now, these are your MDG of the functionalities that we are going to configure for any MDG implementation. Because if you look at the workflows, maybe one customer will have one sort of workflows and other customer will have other sort of workflows, right? So now we will implement the workflows as part of an MDG implementation. What are the things that we are going to do? We are going to enhance your the staging tables that are provided by standard SAP, because in every project you will have some customer specific attributes, right? So those attributes we need to bring into your MDG scope. That means you need to enhance your staging tables, staging content with those custom attributes. You need to configure the workflows as per the business needs. You need to configure the BRF rules as per the business needs. And you need to configure your search applications, because some customers wants to search with some parameters, other customer wants to search with other parameters. And UI applications, you need to adjust as per the business needs. And your replication, your target systems, inbound, outbound replications, you have to configure. So all these things come as part of our MDG implementation. No, not necessarily. See, if you have ABAP workflow knowledge, that is good. Okay, it's good to have that one. But what SAP has done is, in the backend, SAP used the ABAP workflows only. But you no need to learn about the workflows from MDG point of view. And SAP provided something called rule-based workflows, and you can just achieve your workflow requirements by doing some configurations. That's it. For that one, in the backend, it uses the actual ABAP workflow only, but we no need to get into that much of detailed level of that one. All your business requirements, workflow requirements can be handled via configurations only. So, let me explain about UI framework. So you see here, these are your MDG functionalities that you are going to implement. Okay. Now, after this, how do you access a requester or approver or a steward or any person, right? How do they access the master data? They need one UI application, right? That's where you can see this portion is there. User interfaces. User interface is nothing but whatever I just showed you. Like this is one material business partner creation UI. This one. Okay, and you also have, similar to this one, you also have some search applications, and you also have some applications where you can actually upload the data or download the data, where you can perform mass operations. So all those UI applications are already there. So basically here in this diagram, UI interfaces means where using which you can actually access your master data, right? So normally in SAP, there are multiple ways. One is I can go to MM01. Here I can create, this is GUI screen. So here also I can access my materials, or I can create the material. But this one is it is not a browser based, it's a SAP GUI screen. right? So you have to access this using from your laptop or where your system only, not from anywhere else. You cannot access. So you need to install your SAP logon pad to use this kind of screens, right? So in MDG, what SAP has done is instead of this one, they also provided something called, they created all the UI applications using FPM. FPM. FPM is nothing but floor plan manager. Let me, okay. So you have something called FPM. FPM means floor plan manager. Okay. It's a kind of, the backend for this one is ABAP WebDyn Pro. ABAP WebDyn Pro. Okay, any browser-based applications like in SAP will be built using ABAP WebDyn Pro, just like you have Java or .NET kind of UI applications, right? Browser-based. So in SAP, you can build the kind of browser-based applications using ABAP WebDyn Pro. But to create any application using this particular ABAP WebDyn Pro, one should aware of the ABAP WebDyn Pro knowledge, right? So it's a pure technical. Now what SAP has done is, because building an application using this one, it takes a lot of time. Instead of this one, they what they come up with this kind of FPM. FPM is floor plan manager. So they create certain templates in FPM. Okay, using ABAP WebDyn Pro only, they create, SAP created some templates. I'll tell you what is a template. This, using that particular template, you can just by doing some configurations, you can build one complete UI application, browser-based UI application. So you can see here this particular UI application. So this is one of the browser-based UI application. You see there is an URL. From anywhere you can actually, you need to just, you need a browser. It can be Chrome or Edge or anything, right? Once you have a browser, you can copy paste this hyperlink, this link, and you can access that UI application. So this is, you cannot access this kind of things, your SAP GUI screens. There you need SAP GUI. But here I don't need any SAP GUI or anything. Using this one I can access, right? So that's the advantage of your browser-based application. So all your MDG applications, right, SAP built using this FPM only. And FPM is not only first time SAP is using for MDG. All your success factors or in many modules, right? So SAP uses this FPM. So FPM is like faster based. Without writing code, that creates some template, and you need to just configure the template to create your own application. Just like you have in our organization, if at all you wanted to provide a presentation, prepare a presentation. Usually, what we do, we take one existing template, maybe with the customer and the organization, if there is any template, you copy the template and there you change the content. The theme, it will follow the same theme, right? The header, footer, whatever the starting and ending notes. So that's usually we call it as a template. So in FPM, SAP provided this kind of templates. One is for your master data creation, one is for your search applications, one template for your mass applications. So those templates, you can just do a little bit of configuration and you can enable this kind of UI application. So what we are going to discuss in this course is, we are going to take the existing templates, and from the template, we will discuss how to configure the template to create my UI application kind of thing. But in the backend, to create that template, what is the ABAP WebDyn Pro or whatever the details of FPM, that is not part of this one, because FPM is altogether a separate subject. Whatever I'm going to discuss, explain, show you as part of this FPM, right? The how you can actually create a brand new application, how you can actually enhance the existing application to handle some of the business requirements. That is more than enough for any MDG. In my, at least I mean, in my almost 9 or 10 years career, I never got an opportunity or maybe a requirement where I need to do some things and the core FPM thing. So basically, whatever SAP provided, the templates, those configurations, those options, that is more than enough for us to handle all the MDG requirements that we are going to discuss in detail. It includes both functional as well as technical. Okay, so in MD, there from this usually you will find that trainees from ABAP background, from functional background as well, right? So that's where I will be covering both everything, functional as well as technical. So in the technical means I will show you the sample piece of code, the baddies and everything, right? So that's where actually for the functional they can actually ignore that particular part. But that will helpful for the technical folks. But we'll be covering both functional as well as technical in this entire course. Okay, so here, if you look at these user interfaces, right? So these user interfaces are nothing but your master data creation application or search applications, or where you can perform file upload or download or mass operations. So all those UIs will be covering. Okay, using these user interfaces, you can access your master data. There are roles are there. Roles are nothing but okay, a requester. What we will roles will be there. So those roles are nothing but, okay, you have one steward role or approver role. Approver will have some accesses, authorizations, and steward will have some extra authorizations. Requester will be having some other authorizations, and a display role will be there where he can just see the data. He can search the data, but he cannot perform any changes to the data. So there are roles are also provided in MDG, right? So depends on the, we will assign, depends on the requirements. We can create those many roles, one display role, one approver role, one requester role, one steward role, likewise, and we can assign those roles to the respective business users. So we will be discussing in detail about this roles part. Okay, now work centers. So these work centers are nothing but the one which I'm showing you, this home pages only. So this is one work center. You can see this customer governance is there. This is one work center where user can, once this URL will be provided to the user, and once they click this URL, they will have access to this complete customer master. So here you can see he can search the customers, and from the search application he can create new customers, or he can perform mass changes, everything. And there are some specific dedicated links are there where you can perform bulk updates, and you can see your requests that are in approval or pending with your approval, or you created and it is pending with someone else. So you can actually track the status of each of your requests over here. Okay. Similarly, there are analytical reports which I explained some time back. You can access the analytical reports over here, and the data replication part, you have certain links over here. So this is to load the data into your MDG system, right? So this is a one work center, one stop for all kind of activities. So these kind of work centers are already available for all the out-of-box objects. But when it comes to the custom objects, we need to configure these kind of work centers. So that I will explain that when we reach to that particular topic. Okay. So, but here work center means that there will be work centers for each object, and in the work center you can perform multiple activities. Okay. Now all these UI applications, right? These can be accessed using NWBC. NWBC means NetWeaver Business Client, or from the portal. So just see here how I'm accessing. You can go to log into any SAP this one MDG system. The T code is NWBC, NetWeaver Business Client. Okay, so once you access, click on this particular T code. So these are the rows that are assigned to my user. That's why it is showing. But you can directly click on this NWBC. So this is your NWBC homepage. Depends on the rows that you have. You can see multiple tabs. So if I can, my user ID is can access material work center as well as customer work center, contract account work center. If I scroll right, there might be some more finance related work centers. So likewise, whatever I can access. So this is your NetWeaver Business Client. There you can access all your browser-based applications, SAP applications. That's why in the architectural diagram also, it shows that you can access your complete MDG content using this portal or NetWeaver Business Client. This is one. The other option, recently SAP also coming up with Fury apps. So you can see you can access the same MDG content using Fury apps as well. SAP Fury. And what is the difference between Fury and FPM? FPM application is browser based. Even your Fury also browser based only. But the difference is Fury or it's a mobile or your handset enabled applications. That means if I access my NWBC UI, okay, from my mobile or tablet or something, what happens? It doesn't adjust to my the screen. But if I open the same using Fury app, what happens? It will automatically adjust to your handset. Right. So this is just like you have in mobile apps, right? For everything, you take any site website. So there will be one browser-based application will be there. You take example of Amazon. In Amazon, you have a browser-based application as well as your mobile-based application as well. It is available, right? It's the same kind of thing. So you can access using Fury, or else you can access from your browser-based. These are the two ways that you can access your MDG applications or the content. Okay. Now on the right hand side, we discussed that. So these are the target systems where you can replicate your master data. Okay. So it can be either ERP system or SRP, CRM, SRM, or it can be your non-SAP systems as well. You can access the data. Okay. You can replicate the data to the target systems. Now on the left hand side, apart from this Fury, you can also see there are some optional integrations are there. So here it referred to treated as optional parts. That means these are optional. It's not mandatory. What are these optional things? Let's say, for example, you take this example of information steward. Okay, information steward. The purpose of information steward is, in general, it is not an SAP modular kind of thing. It's a non-SAP thing. And what is the significance or purpose of this information steward? So it actually, you can measure your data quality. So we implemented MDG. Why we are implementing MDG? Because I wanted to create a correct master data or the right master data in my system, right? So you set up all your MDG processes, reviews, workflows, all the validations and everything. But after that, now you also need to have a mechanism that how you can actually measure your data quality, master data. The data quality of your master data is 70% or 80% or 90% or 100%. So there should be a measuring mechanism as well, right? So that's where information steward will help you to measure your data quality. It doesn't change. You cannot change any master data. It just simply, you can set up some rules in information steward and you will apply those rules on your master data. So system will tell you that, okay, out of these 10 rules, 1 million of records passed and maybe some 1,000 records are failed against these rules. That means you can measure your data quality, 1 million versus 1,000 records, right? So this information steward, it's an optional thing. It's not mandatory. Some customers will opt for to integrate with the information steward, and some customers, they don't require it, right? So now information steward also replaced with SAP with something called DQM, data quality management. That means it actually eliminates this one, and it's an integral part of your MDG itself. Okay, so you can also measure your data quality. Whatever information steward does it, the same thing can be achieved using DQM. So we will discuss what is this DQM later. Okay, so this is about one of the optional part on the information steward. It's not like it's a different technology. Just like, see, we have three things. Okay, one is, in earlier we usually access your SAP content using SAP GUI screens. What is an SAP GUI screen? Example for SAP GUI screen. So this is one way of accessing your application, right? You can access your material master, view the material master using this kind of GUI screens.
Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
FPM application. So this is browser-based application. SAP also recently introduced your Fury. So these are the different ways that you can access. Each is for different purpose, but it doesn't mean that okay, because of some it doesn't support few things, it supports few things. It's not like that. All these applications supports every other things. So one is information steward, and similarly there are something called data services. Data services is nothing but so when you are entering, let's say for example, customer, when you are creating a customer, most of the I think US customers, right, or customers or vendors or partners that you are creating. So you wanted to get the Duns and Bradstreet. We call it as a Duns and Bradstreet. There is a third-party system who maintain all the customer or supplier or partners transaction history, or how they are, the fairness of whether he is a good customer or good actor or bad actor, right? So that's why they maintain all these kind of things. Now, this is my MDG system. I'm creating a customer. Okay. Now, based on the address data, name and address data, I wanted to, some customers, they wanted to capture the DUNS ID. We call it as a DUNS ID. So this DUNS ID is nothing but, so this is a third party system. We call it as a DNB, DUNS and Bradstreet. DUNS and Bradstreet. Okay, so these are third-party services. They provide the third-party services, and a customer has to take a license from them. So what is the advantage of this one? So when I'm creating my customer, I will also connect to this DNB, and I get the DUNS ID, and I'll store the ID with me in my system. Along with my customer ID, I will also store this DUNS ID. In future, if at all I wanted to check the whether this customer is good actor or bad actor, then I can just referring this DUNS ID, I can get all this be customer the history, right? So that's where some customers will use. So in this case, what happens when you are creating your master data, you are connecting to some extra systems and getting some additional information and storing over here. This is one example. The other example is we also have something called TJC, tax jurisdiction code. So based on your city and pin code country, for every country or for every city and pin code, there will be a jurisdiction code will be associated, tax jurisdiction code. So that the user may not remember those numbers. So what we will do, we wanted to automatically populate. So as soon as customer enters his address details, automatically it will connect to this TJC server, and it will derive that. Basically, this we call it as the server Vertex. Vertex is a third-party service provider who can actually, if you pass the input criteria, it return you the corresponding TJC, and you just populate the TJC in your customer record or vendor record, right? So these are the additional external enrichments. Further, you enrich the data by interfacing with some external sources, right? So those are the, and also we have some address services as well, right? All there are multiple third-party this kind of services are available, and your MDG can interface with these systems to get the data. Okay, so that's where actually it shows that it's an optional. You can also get using this kind of data services. Right. Similarly, there are some such applications are there, and so this information management suite are there. So like, I mean, if you are on ECC, you can also connect with SAP HANA database only for the database point of view, right? There are some optional things are there, so that are also presented in this particular architecture diagram on the left-hand side. So this is the overall your MDG architecture. All these are HTTP based, and MDG provided some kind of enrichment framework, one small framework, which you need to do the configuration, and after that you need to make an interface. So basically what happens is, first you need to get the license from these third-party services. They will provide you the credentials and they'll provide you the API details. Now you need to make a call to their API by passing those credentials. They will authenticate it is from the trusted source, and accordingly they will send the response back to MDG. In both, like see, you can activate your MDG. You have one ECC system, which is not an SAP version, right? So on ECC also you can activate your MDG, okay? Or else you have S4 system. right? On S4 also, this will be there. MDG is there. MDG can be activated. See, you are in ECC. There also you have your Mara table. In S4 also you have your Mara table. So staging table will be there for that one. Here also staging table will be there, and the data will be moved to here. Now let's look at the overview out-of-box solutions. We already discussed this one, but just wanted to show you a picture over here. So in MDG, it supports Material Master. In Material Master, you can create all these views in MDG: sales, plant, storage, warehouse, all these different type of views you can see, right? Similarly, this covers your business partner, customer master, vendor master. Okay, and this is your finance related objects, and this is the article master, which I told you that the third party partners, so they developed this solution, right? This RFM, retail and fashion management. Okay, and for this one, IS retail has to be activated. IS retail solution has to be activated. Then only you can use this RFM solution. Similarly, SAP enterprise management. This is nothing but in the backend you should have SAP PM module, plant maintenance module, right? So these are the out-of-box solutions. Even today also, these are the out-of-box solutions. Nothing. SAP now they are not going to add any new master data into their portfolio. All they do on every year, every releases, they improvise your MDG framework. They add more and more features, but they don't introduce a new objects. Why? Because they already provided custom object framework. Anything that you feel, you just build it on the custom object framework. That's it. This is your S4 system. Okay. If you don't have MDG, and in S4, if at all you have to create a customer and vendor, it will be via your BP, right? Customer or vendor, right?
Okay.
So this is via BP. Now in MDG, okay, in ECC, now let's talk about this box. I'm just saying that there is no MDG in both the cases. You have a plain ECC box, plain S4 box. Now in plain ECC box, as you said, I can create just a customer, or I can just create a vendor without BP. Okay, but if you are using MDG, then SAP made it mandatory that it has to be via BP, customer or vendor. That means whether you are on ECC or S4, if you are activated MDG and if you wanted to create a customer or vendor in via MDG solution, then it has to follow this BP route only. Actually, this is the system where your MDG lies on top of your ECC, right? You see this picture. This is a one single SAP system.
Yeah.
Where my ECC is there, on top of that one, I activate my MDG component, right? Now, let's say, for example, before activating MDG, you already have a customer, let's say 1,000. 1,000 is the customer number. Now, because for this customer, if there is no BP, you cannot view this particular customer using MDG UI application, because always MDG looks for the corresponding BP. It's a mandatory, no matter whether it's already existing data or new data. So we will discuss about that configuration as well. For whoever is new to this BP, we call it as a CVA configuration. CVA means customer vendor integration. So this is a CVA configuration, how to set up this configuration that we will discuss. Okay, so this is the overall out-of-box solutions. Apart from this, any other solution, the master data you wanted to govern using MDG, then it will become a custom object for us. Okay, so this is the high-level introduction of for us. And to start with our next topic in MDG, so you can see we just covered this portion: MDG basics, overview, architecture, and deployment options. Now our actual next topic is a data model. Data model means basically in the data model topic, we are going to discuss this complete portion, this box.
Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, From the basics to advanced strategies, it's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So today we are going to discuss our first topic called data model in MDG. So this particular data model, just to give a quick recap. So if you take any MDG system, right? So this is our ERP component, okay? It can be either your ECC version or S4 version, okay? On top of that one, once we activate MDG related business functions, so we can see MDG related functionalities. So in ERP, you get your actual application specific tables, which will store your master data. So the example for this, we call it as an application specific tables, or we also call this as an active area. Okay, so active area, nothing but basically your Mara, like Marcy, okay, and MVKE. So these are the table names in material master. Okay, similarly in customer master, we have KNA1 and KNB1. Okay, so likewise we have similarly in vendor master, we have LFA1. Okay, so all these are the actual application tables which will store your master data. For material master, you have some say tables. For customer master, vendor master, for business partners, and all the objects, you already have this kind of tables that comes as part of your ERP. Now, when you activate your MDG, so what we discussed in earlier, also you get something called system will generate something called staging tables. So these staging tables will be used to store your data temporarily. And once all the approval process and everything is completed on this particular record, so this data will be moved from your staging tables to your actual application tables, right? So we have here, we are dealing with the two set of tables. One is application specific tables, which already will be part of your ERP layer. And as part of MDG, when you activate your MDG related business functions, so you get you can actually see these kind of staging tables will get generated. So this we call it as a either inactive area or staging area. Okay, so initially the data gets stored over here, and the data we call it as an inactive record, because why we are calling it as inactive record, we cannot use this record for your transactional purpose because this is not yet activated. Okay, so once all the approval review process is completed, this data will be moved to your underlying application tables, and the data that exists in this particular tables, we call it as your active records. And these tables, we call it as an active area. Active area is nothing but your application specific tables only. Okay, so now in this our MDG, the first topic data model, that we are basically dealing with this particular portion. Okay, how we can create the staging tables and everything, so that we will be dealing with this one. So before getting into the data, data model topic, within the data model, first we have some small concept called reuse mode versus flex mode. So this is again a very important concept over here when it comes to your data model. What is reuse mode and what is flex mode? Okay, so now just take your typical MDG. So we have your active area tables, and this is your MDG layer. We have your staging tables. Okay, so what we discussed just now, so initially when user logged into MDG system and he creates the data, that data gets stored into this particular table. And after that, once the approval process or everything is completed, then once a record get activated, the record will get deleted from your staging table and it will move to your active area table. So you don't find that record in your staging table. that record, because we are saying this record is activated, and that record we are moving it to your active area tables, right? So this kind of mode, we call it as a reuse mode. Reuse mode. Okay. So reuse mode means here you see your application specific tables, whatever your Mara, Masi, KNA1, these application specific tables are there. So those tables, okay, of course, this is my MDG system. Whether it is a hub scenario or co-deployment scenario, in both the cases, in any MDG system, you will have your underlying applications a layer or nothing but your ERP layer. So here the concept is, as and when the record get activated in MDG, so that record will get deleted from your staging table and it will get inserted into the underlying application specific tables. So this concept we call it as a reuse mode, because in this case, the application specific tables that we are reusing to store your active records. Okay, so that's why we call this as a reuse mode. SAP doesn't created any brand new set of tables to store your active data. Your active data always gets stored into your application specific tables. Those are nothing but Mara Marsi tables, right? So here we are, this table, the table that you see here, we are reusing to store your active records, right? So that's why we call it as a reuse mode. Okay, now coming back to the next concept called flex mode. Okay, in case of flex mode, just look at the same MDG system. You have your staging tables and your application specific tables are here. This is your ERP layer. Okay, now here, initially when user log into MDG system and he created a material, then this data gets stored into this particular staging table. So that record, we call it as an inactive record. Okay. Now, what happens is, after approval process completed, unlike your reuse mode, your inactive record will turn into active record, and the active record gets stored into your staging table only. It doesn't move it to your underlying application specific tables. In fact, the same inactive record will become active record, and the active record gets stored into your staging table only. It gets stored into the same staging table. Okay, so this kind of concept we call it as a flex mode. Why we are calling it as a flex? Because your staging tables are flexible enough to store initially your inactive record, and after activation, it will store your active record, the same table. So your inactive, there won't be any two versions of records, inactive and active. It will be one version. Once that data gets activated, the same record will turn into active. So how do we say it's a turned into active? For every record, there is a field I will show you when we get into the system. So there is a field called inactive field. If that value is 1, it indicates it's active record. If the value is 0, it indicates it's inactive record. So that 0 will turn into 1. Okay, so this kind of concept we call it as a flex mode. So SAP provided both the techniques. Okay, now it's up to us when, at least when it comes to the standard objects, right? So like your material master, business partners, customer master, and vendor master, even article master, and your EAM objects, that is Utopia solution, right? So all these objects are designed in such a way that it will always use the reuse mode. So it uses reuse mode. That means for all these objects, when you create a master data, you are at the time of activation process, that means your inactive record will turn into active. Okay, and that active record will be moved to your underlying ERP table. So your staging table will get cleared with, it will flushes out to the inactive records. Okay, once the record get activated, there is no record that exists in your staging table. You will find the active record in your active application table. So this is basically the way how you are designing your data model, because your data model you can design it as a reuse mode data model or flex mode data model. So these are the standard out-of-box objects, and the data models are already available for these objects, and these data models are designed using this reuse mode technique. only finance object, OG. Okay, only finance. Only finance objects are designed using flex mode. Flex mode. Only finance objects. Okay, this is the situation about for your standard objects. When it comes to the custom object in the sense, maybe employee master or your plant master or anything, right? So those objects, when you create a custom object as well, then it's up to you whether you wanted to go with reuse mode approach or flex mode approach. That is for in our control. So we will take a call. I mean, that we will discuss. So, but when it comes to the standard objects, so all these standard objects like Material Master, BP, Article Master, EM are designed using reuse mode approach. Only finance objects are used designed using flex approach. Okay. So now reuse mode, it's very clear for all these objects. As and when you activate the record or once the approval is completed, then the record will be moved to your application specific tables because it uses the reuse mode technique, and the nature, I mean, the behavior is as it follows, like, I mean, it will move to the active area. But why SAP created finance objects using flex mode? Why can't they use it as a reuse mode? Okay, so the reason is compared to finance object versus all other objects, right? So you see all other objects versus finance. What is the major difference? In case of finance objects, all these finance objects like your cost center, profit center, GL account, so all these finance objects are time dependency. It has time dependent object. All these are time dependent objects. When I say time dependent object, let's say you are creating a cost center. You need to associate some validity. What is the validity of this particular cost center? When you create a profit center also, there is a validity we will be associating. But for material master and other objects, we don't associate any of this kind of validity. Okay. Now, how this validity is related or your flex mode helps for these finance objects. Okay. So now what happens is in case of flex mode, okay, for all the finance objects, let's say I'm setting up a new plant or new company code, which starts from 1st January 24. Okay, it starts from this particular date. Now I wanted to be when I wanted to start my operations from 1st January to 2024, I need to create all the elements, finance related elements in advance. So that means I need to create a GL account or probably the cost center, profit center, all the finance related objects I need to create in advance. So these objects will get created. So now what happens is when you in finance, we have a concept called addition. In detail about the addition, I will take a separate session, but I'll give you a very high level introduction about this addition. So there is something called addition and this addition will be exclusively use this concept only in finance objects. What is the concept of this particular addition? This addition, you create one addition in the system, and what information this addition carries is basically the validity period. Okay, so I create one addition, let's say addition 1, and I assign the validity period as 1st January 2024 till 31st December 2024. Okay, now I create a GL account. When I'm creating a GL account, I need to assign a validity. So the validity I will be assigning via, that means basically what I will do is when I'm creating a GL account, I will assign this addition. It's a mandatory when you're creating any finance object, you need to select addition. Okay, so when you select, you need to choose one of the active additions. So I will choose this addition. So when I select this addition while creating this GL account, right? So what happens is system will, whatever the validity period is there, that validity period will be associated automatically. Your GL account will get that same validity. Similarly, I create a profit center and I create a cost center. For all these things, I will assign this is the addition. So all these objects which I'm creating for my new company code. So I create this addition, and for all these objects, when I'm creating these objects, I'll assign this addition. So with this one, what happens is first the validity period will be assigned to, same validity period will be assigned to all your finance objects. That is one thing. These objects are created and these objects are already stored in my staging table only, and these objects are already active. These are already activated, and but still these objects will be there in my staging table only. And with the validity period, this is a validity period. Now what happens is on 1st or on 31st December 23, I will schedule that this edition should be released. So when this particular time occurs, then automatically this edition can be released. So when I release this edition, that time what happens is these objects will be, the objects that are associated with the edition will be replicated to your target system, from MDG to the target system. So these objects, basically this edition controls two things. One is your validity period, other one is when to replicate the data to the other systems. So if you create a material, customer, vendor, automatically as and when the requests get approved or activated, automatically it will replicate the data to the target systems. Whereas in case of finance objects, the replication won't happen automatically. It will, the active records will be there in your staging table only. And when that particular, when you assign, you can control the replication of these objects. The replication of all these objects you can control via addition. I just need to release this addition either manually or I can schedule it when to release. So when I schedule that one, automatically all the objects which are already approved and active in my staging table, so those records will be replicated automatically to the target system. So basically, to control these things, you need to store your active records also in the staging table only for some more time. So that's the reason SAP come up with this concept called flex mode concept. Is this?
Can I ask you? So when the release happens and then the edition becomes effective, the finance objects with the validity goes into other systems. Will they also go into the target? The regular tables that are there in the ERP side.
Good question, actually. So if you look at the architecture, okay, it's a really good question. Now, if you look at this one, a typical your MDG architecture. So you have target system 1, target system 2. So this is your MDG system where you have your MDG layer and your ERP layer here. And this is your application specific tables. And this is your staging tables. So what we are saying here is, so I created a cost center. And once the edition ED1 got released, so this data, the active data that is already under this particular edition will be replicated to these systems, which is fine. So the finance objects are available in my target systems, transactional systems. Now, what about these particular tables? In earlier reuse mode, this replication. So if you look at in reuse mode, this replication automatically happens. That is the nature of your reuse mode behavior, right? As and when the record get activated, automatically the record will get moved. But in case of flex mode, it doesn't happen automatically. You need to configure a separate additional replication from here to here. So that how you are replicating the data. So this is your replication 1. This is your replication 2. This will become your replication 3. That means a self-replication is also need to be configured. What we are saying as part of the data replication, it supports your SAP as well as non-SAP system as well, where your data model may or may not match, right? So in that case, how do we handle that scenarios that we will discuss in topic called data replication framework. Here, our idea is what is the concept of flex mode, right? So that if you are clear with this one, we will discuss all these other questions during our data replication framework. These objects are already, if you look at these objects, right? So these objects are the standard objects. So these are designed using this approach. So we cannot change the behavior. It has to work like this. But when it comes to custom objects like employee master or plant master or anything, it is up to us whether we wanted to go with reuse option or flex option. So the data model design itself is like that. So when we get into the data model topic, then you will have better understanding. As I said, validity. So validity means, so basically you create a cost center, profit center, right? So you need to assign the validity. It should be valid.
Let's say profit center.
Yeah, profit center. So the validity period I say for this profit center is 1st January 24 till 31st December 24. Right? So this is the validity. That means the cost center I can use it during this period. So that means this object has to be created and replicated to your target system on or before this one. No, it will be the same with the different validity. So that action I will explain in detail during edition, how it works basically. But so during this period, I will use edition 1. And maybe for the other period, I can create one more edition and I can use. So your cost center remains same. But during if you are creating any documents during this period, whatever the changes are there on this particular during this period, so those changes will be applied. But if you are creating any document on 1st January 25, so during that time, if any other new changes are there, it will hold. Basically, it will keep a copy of all your changes along with your validity period. So this is an example, but sometimes in many organizations, usually organizations, they create these objects and they assign the validity per yearly validities. But sometimes people will create for every 6 months or quarterly basis also. So, but edition at very high level, edition actually controls the validity period. At the same time, when to replicate the object to your target systems so that it controls. So both the things it controls. So if this is clear, let's just have a look at from this particular diagram also you can see. So this is the flex versus reuse mode. So now let's look at this particular reuse mode. So what happens is this is your MDG layer. This is your application layer. So you have a staging table. And once the record gone through all the approval process, validations, derivations, all the MDG governance processes, at the end, we initiate something called activation process. Activation means that is the time where your actual record get created in your application table, right? So that's why that process, we call it as an activation process. And during that time, your inactive record will be moved to, the record will be moved from staging to active area. And this record in staging area will be deleted, right? So that's what your reuse mode concept, if you look at this diagram. Now, when it comes to flex mode, okay, so this is actually this diagram, right? So the same thing, you have your active area here, okay? So this is very fine. Now here, the point is basically this is a one single staging area only. So SAP created the diagram misleading, but you are in your MDG only. In MDG, it's a same staging tables. It's not two separate tables. So SAP later corrected this particular diagram in the recent SAP press books. So they kept only single box here. That means it's a one single staging area. So there is no two separate staging areas. In the same single staging area, what they mean is your inactive record will become active and it stores in the same staging table. It's a single table only, but the record status will change inactive to active. That's it. You see, there is a specific, separate, explicit, this arrow mark is there, which indicates that if at all you need the data to be also present in your application layer, there is an additional replication is required. That is what this particular diagram says. No, there's no activation is anyway, it's a common. As soon as once all the approval process is completed, we will initiate the activation process in workflow. That is common for your reuse and flex mode. So activation will be there. Now, the question is, after activation, where the active record gets stored. In case of reuse, your active record gets stored here. In case of flex, your active record gets stored into the same MDG layer only. We cannot actually control that. As soon as basically the activation process get initiated, the data has to move to your application table. So you cannot keep that copy of the data here. So this is about flex versus reuse mode. Now, after this, we are actually getting into the actual data model concepts.
Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
There are two things, as we discussed for MMBP or article master or finance objects, already these are the out-of-box objects. For all the standard objects, this is out-of-box content. That means the data models, UI application, everything is already available, right? So for this standard object, what I can show you how the data model is there, and if at all we wanted to enhance with something, some custom attribution and everything, that is one use case for us, right? So one use case is basically how to enhance standard objects or standard data models. These are the ones. The other use case is how we can create from a scratch a new custom data model. That means basically custom object. I wanted to enable MDG functionality for my employee master or plant master, which are the custom object, right? So in this use case, in this second use case, we can touch each and every concept of data model because we need to create everything from scratch, right? So what we will do is, let's take one use case and we start creating one custom data model. So with this one, what are the entity types, what are the relationships, everything, different concepts at every attribute to the significance of each and every setting that we can touch. So let's first focus on how we can create one custom data model from scratch. And after that, what we can do is then enhancing the standard data model is very simple and straightforward to us, right? So let's take one use case for the custom data models. When you are working on MDG, you will be working either MM or BP or finance, or you will be working on article master or EAM, right? So these are the ones, the main objects that you are going to work in MDG. So in any implementation, the most common implementations you see for material master, business partners, and finance objects. Article and EAM objects are whoever actually the customers, the retail customers who are in a retail space or who are in PM module, so they may or may not implement. But wherever you see MDG, these three objects will be implemented for sure. So when you're working on in any MDG project, that means either you will be working on MM or BP or finance, right? Apart from this one, sometimes you might get a requirement to handle some of the customer requirements, you might need to create a custom data model. In addition to this, you might create a custom data model. It's not like either custom or this one. These are for sure. 100% you will be working on these objects. And apart from this, maybe out of 10 implementations, in 1 or 2 implementation, you might need to create a custom data model as well. That is a kind of optional thing. Depends on your business requirements. But why I am explaining that custom data model? Because if I explain that custom data model, the same approach SAP followed for creating these data models, it will be easy for you to do an enhancement thing. What do you mean by enhancement? Basically, maybe in material master, you have 100 attributes. Now business says that, okay, I wanted to have some 10 more attributes. Those are not part of your standard object. So what you will be doing, in addition to 100, you will be adding 10 more attributes. That means it becomes an enhancement. Now I need to enhance maybe with to handle some of the customer requirements. I need to enhance with 10 more. So if you're working on in any SAP project, so basically what happens, you might see that, okay, you need to enhance the standard tables, right, with some custom attributes. Okay. Same concept here. Okay. So for standard objects, again and again, I'm saying there is no need to create anything from scratch. We will be working only on the enhance. We will enhance that standard. You take a standard ABAP report program or standard UI applications or standard transaction codes. You will enhance it to include some of the customer requirements. The same approach we follow over here. But if you are working on a custom object, that means maybe I wanted to govern employee master. So there is no standard object for employee master. So I need to build it from scratch. The data models, UI applications, workflows, everything I need to create it. So now we in this entire course, we will be taking two use cases. One is building a custom object. Other one is enhancement. Okay. The reason first I'm going to explain the custom object is because if you know how to create a table from scratch, it will be easy for you to how to add a new attribute to existing table. Okay, so that's the reason. Let's take example of custom object. How we can actually create a custom data model for any custom object. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's. I hope everyone understands this the SAP tables concept. Let me. Okay, so how do we create a tables in SAP? So basically, you can go to the transaction code SE11 and let's take for example, this is the table. The table name is Mara table, where you can see the material related data, right? So this is the table name, and you can see all these are the attributes or fields in the table. Some of them are key fields, some of them are non-key fields, and you see the data elements are there. So these data elements are nothing but for every field in a table, you will have a data element. This particular data element in SAP terminology tells you that what is the type of. Whether it is a character or it is an integer or it is a string. So it gives you the data type of this one. The data element says the data type of that. What is the length and what is the data type. Okay, so I'm just trying to show you how a table look like in SAP, which stores the data. So this is the Mara table, which stores your material master, which has certain fields. How many fields it has? 369 fields this table has. Okay, that means 369 attributes, the basic attributes for your material master. And you can also look at the data inside this particular table, how many records are there and everything, right? So now this is your ERP side. Okay, so let me okay, let's take one example. In like I'm taking example of material master. What are the tables that are there in material master? So you can see Mara is one table. This table has certain attributes, attribute 1, attribute 2, attribute 3. Similarly, you also have a table called Marcy. Okay, so this Marcy also has some attribute 1, attribute 2, attribute 3. Likewise, okay. Now you might also have another table called MVKE, which stores your sales related, material sales related information. So likewise in MA module, you have these multiple tables. Okay, in MDG, we are talking about the data model, right? So the same table here in MDG side, on MDG side, we call this as an entity. Okay, corresponding to Mara table, there will be one entity in MDG. And the attributes that are there in Mara table, right? You see these are the attributes. So under this entity also, you will have the attributes. Attribute 1, attribute 2, attribute 3. Similarly, corresponding to this one, there will be one more entity. Okay. Under this particular entity, again, you have these attributes. Attribute 1, attribute 2, attribute 3. Similarly, there is one more entity. You can see the representation here on the right hand side. This is your ERP application specific tables, and this is your MDG side. Okay, so in MDG, we don't create the tables, basically the staging tables. We create something called entities in MDG side. Okay, and under each entity, you specify what are the attributes. Just like how the table has the table attributes, entity will have entity attributes. Okay, so these attributes, you can assume that this is corresponding to this one. This is the attribute corresponding to this one. This is the attribute likewise. Okay, so now in MDG side, we don't create the table. You create something called entities. Okay, and all these entities are grouped under one thing called data model. There will be one data model at the top level. Under the data model, you will create these entities. Under each entity, you create the attributes. And when you have more than one entity in any under one single data model, you need to define a relationship between these entities. And finally, what we do is we activate this data model. Finally, you activate this data model. Then that is the time system will create a staging tables. For this one staging table. For this entity, one staging table. For this entity, one staging table. And it will take the attributes as a table fields. So in MDG, we don't create the tables. In fact, MDG provides a configuration where you can create a data model. Under data model, you can add entities. Under each entity, you can add attributes. And the whole data model, you can activate it. Then your staging tables will get created in the system. Okay. So now let's look at it in the system first. Okay. Then we can start creating a data model. So now, if you look at the transaction code to get into MDG configurations is MDG IMG. MDG IMG is a transaction code where we can get into MDG configurations. So under this is your MDG configuration. Under this one, there is something called general settings. Expand the general settings. All these are the topics for us. Okay, data model, UI model, process modeling, data replication, everything. Now we are at this data model level. So now when you expand this data model, there is something called edit data model. Click on this edit data model. This is the data model, out-of-box data model for material master, SAP created. Okay, this is for business partner, customer master, vendor master, 3 objects. This is for all your finance objects. So these are the 3 out-of-box standard data models SAP provided. Okay. Now let's take example of one, MM. Is the name of the data model is MM. And we cannot change this name. It's a fixed, just like how your Mara table is there. Here you have your MM data model. So as I said, at the top level, you will have a data model. Under data model, when you further go down, you can see these are the different entities. Okay. And in this, for Mara table, there is one entity corresponding to Mara table. You will have one entity. This is the entity. Material is the entity name. So under MM data model, you have this material entity. Of course, all other entities are also there, like your MDMA is there, MBEW is there. So likewise, we will go through each and everything. Now, at very high level, try to understand a data model is there. Under data model, you have data model is nothing but collection of entities. Under these entities, I just took one example, material entity, which is corresponding to your Mara table. So here, corresponding to Mara table, here you have material entity. Material entity. Okay. Now, under material entity, as we discussed, under entity, you will have the attributes. So now you can go further down. You can see all these are your attributes under material entity. Like you can find your industry sector MBRS, SH, which is all these are your Mara attributes only. Corresponding to Mara table attributes, you see here your material group is there. Okay. And base unit of measure, material type. So all these are the attributes under material entity. So this is the hierarchy. MM model, under MM model, data model, under data model, you can create entities. Under entities, you will have attributes. And when you have more than one entity under one data model, you can define the relationships over here. And finally, once you complete your configuration with respect to your data model, all you need to do is you need to just click on activate. So when you click on this activate button, that is the time system in the backend, it creates all the required staging tables for you. Okay. Now I will also show you how the staging table look like. So staging table, see, entity is nothing but on the front end, you are doing some configuration, like you are creating your data model, you are configuring the entities, and under each entity, you are configuring the attributes and you are defining the relationship. This is your front end thing. Entity, we can say entity is a kind of design. And once you complete your configuration or design, finally you do something called activation. When you do the activation, ultimately, see, this is not my table, right? My tables should look like something in SC11 object. To store my data in a table, I need an SC11 object, which is a table. This doesn't store your, this is not a table. It's a configuration or design kind of thing. Once you complete your configuration or design, when you click on activate, that is the time system will create your actual tables in the backend database. There is a report actually, the report, you can go to SC38 and this is the report USMD data model. Okay. When you execute this report, it asks to input one data model. Let's say, for example, I input my data model and execute. Now, this is your entity. Corresponding to this entity, this is the generated staging tables. So I showed you material entity, right? So this is my material entity. You can see this is my material entity. Corresponding to this material entity, as soon as the data model is activated, this is the staging table. You can see when I double click this one, it will take me to SC11 table, that table with all the fields. But I haven't created this table by going into SC11. System automatically created, your MDG framework created this table. How it created, how MDG should know what attributes it has to include, because the base for this one is the data model, data model. In the data model, system looked at your entities and the attributes and the relationships. Accordingly, it created this staging table automatically. Now, this is your actual staging table, where your data, that's what I'm showing you every time, right? So this is my MDG system, and this is the MDG layer. This is the staging table. This is your application specific tables, right? So as soon as user logged in and submit a request, the data gets stored into this table. So this particular table, whatever I'm showing you, this particular table is this one, your SC11 table. Now, this in MDG, we never ever create manually these tables. It has to generate by MDG framework only. So to create these tables as per your requirement, you need to work on your data model design part. That is nothing but here. If at all I wanted to add a new attribute in this staging table, then I need to go to my data model, identify, locate your, okay, that table is corresponding to this material entity. I'll go to the attributes, and in the end, I will add an attribute over here. Okay, I'll click on edit, and okay, towards end, here I can click on new entries. Now I can add a new attributes and data element. So once I add this attribute and data element, and finally I will save my changes, and then I will go to this particular data model, select your data model, click on activate. This time, again, system will look at your data model entities and everything. It will regenerate your tables again. So as part of the regeneration process, if there are new attributes are there, it identified those attributes are not part of your staging table, then it will again add those new attributes also into your staging table.
Hey there, want to become a master at managing supplies? Our SAP MDG 9.2 course is here to guide you through. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG 9.2. It's like a toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found our course incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity comes at an affordable price. Ready to level up as a SAP MDG 9.2 Pro? Enroll on our page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.